In this video, we take a comprehensive look at every criminal executed in the United States during 2025. A total of 47 executions were carried out, a number not seen since 2009. Florida accounted for nearly 40% of these executions, making it the state with the highest death toll that year. Throughout this video, we will examine the crimes they committed, the trials that sent them to death row, the methods of execution used, and finally, their last words before death. Marion Bowman Jr. executed by lethal injection on January 31, 2025. In 2001, Marion Bowman Jr., then 21 years old, committed a crime that years later would lead to his execution. In a rural area of Dorchester County, South Carolina, Bowman shot and killed Candy Martin, a young woman his same age and a childhood friend. Candy Martin drove to a residence where Bowman was staying. She owed him money for drugs after falling into addiction. When she arrived, Bowman and several friends had been drinking alcohol. Shortly afterward, Bowman got into Martin's vehicle and, along with others, took her to a secluded location under the pretense of talking. According to the investigation, Candy had previously engaged in sexual relations with Bowman as a way to settle her debts. However, that day, something changed. At one point, Bowman pulled out a gun and shot her once. When Candy tried to beg for her life, reminding him that she had a child, Bowman shot her 2 more times, killing her in cold blood. After the murder, Bowman dragged Candy Martin's body to a nearby wooded area. Later, he enlisted a friend to help move the victim's vehicle. Once there, Bowman removed the body from the woods, placed it in the trunk of the car, and set the vehicle on fire in an attempt to destroy evidence of the crime. The weapon was recovered from a river and linked to the murder through ballistic and DNA testing. At his 2002 trial, Marion Bowman Jr. was found guilty of murder and arson and was sentenced to death. For more than 2 decades, Bowman remained on death row, denying his guilt and appealing his conviction. The day before his execution, he was offered the choice of a final meal. Bowman requested fried shrimp, fresh fish, oysters, chicken wings and tenders, onion rings, banana pudding, German chocolate cake, cranberry juice, and pineapple juice. Finally, on January 31, 2025, Marion Bowman Jr., 44 years old, was escorted to the execution chamber at Broad River Correctional Institution. The lethal injection began at 6:04 p.m. When the curtain to the witness room was opened, Bowman briefly looked at his attorney through the glass, then raised his gaze toward the ceiling and closed his eyes. Minutes later, he delivered his final words. "I did not kill Candy Martin. I'm innocent of the crimes I'm here to die for. Living behind these walls has taught me a lot about loss and grief. It is never easy, but I have learned to find comfort in sharing good memories and funny stories. My suffering will soon be at an end, but I know it is the beginning for others. Please keep your head up, remember I love you, and please share your memories of me. I know that Candy's family is in pain. They are justifiably angry. If my death brings them some relief and ability to focus on the good times and funny stories, then I guess it will have served a purpose. I hope they find peace. To my family, friends, and supporters, I have nothing to give, but I have gained so much. I have tried to give a good return on your investment with love and care. I had bad moments, but never a bad day because there were so many people that I could reach out to, investing in me and giving me a hand up. We all ended up as family, and I got a whole lot of family. Thank you." 1 minute later, the pentobarbital injection was administered. His breathing became labored, and his lips puckered as he exhaled. Shortly afterward, his breathing slowed until it nearly ceased. Marion Bowman Jr. was pronounced dead at 6:27 p.m. on January 31, 2025. No visible signs of suffering were observed. Stephen Lawayne Nelson, executed by lethal injection on February 5, 2025. On March 3, 2011, in Arlington, Texas, a 24-year-old man named Stephen Lawayne Nelson entered North Point Baptist Church with criminal intent, an act that would end in tragedy. That Friday morning, the church was occupied by only two people: Pastor Clinton Dobson, 28, a graduate of Baylor University, and Baylor Theological Seminary, where he had been named Preacher of the Year in 2008, and Judy Elliott, a 69-year-old secretary who worked in the church offices. Upon entering the building, Nelson carried out an extremely violent attack. According to official reports, Pastor Dobson was struck in the head, causing him to fall to the floor. While he lay defenseless, Nelson used a computer power cord to strangle him and then placed a plastic bag over his face, causing death by asphyxiation. Judy Elliott was also brutally attacked. She was repeatedly beaten on the head, face, arms, and legs, suffering severe trauma and internal brain bleeding. When her husband later arrived at the church, he was unable to recognize her due to the extent of her injuries. Against all medical odds, and despite suffering a heart attack during her hospitalization, Elliott survived. She was released 2 weeks later and required 5 months of therapy and rehabilitation. Her face had to be permanently reconstructed using mesh, screws, and other metal components. After the attack, Nelson stole Pastor Dobson's laptop computer, his cell phone, Judy Elliott's credit cards, and the secretary's car. He later used the credit cards to purchase clothing and jewelry and sold the laptop for cash. The forensic evidence was overwhelming. Bloodstains found on Nelson's shoes matched the DNA of both Clinton Dobson and Judy Elliott. Fragments of his belt were discovered at the crime scene, and his fingerprints were recovered inside the building. Despite this evidence, Nelson maintained from the beginning that he had not killed Clinton Dobson. He claimed he had merely acted as a lookout during a robbery, and that 2 other men had carried out the attack. On October 8, 2012, just over a year after the crime, Nelson was tried in Tarrant County and sentenced to death. For more than 12 years, Stephen Lawayne Nelson remained on death row, appealing his conviction and maintaining his claim of innocence. In his final moments, Nelson spoke with his wife, Helena Noah Dubois, through a glass window. The couple had married just 2 weeks before the execution. As she pressed a white service dog against the glass, Nelson repeatedly told her that he loved her, that he was grateful, and that she should live life to the fullest. On February 5, 2025, at the age of 37, Nelson was taken to the execution chamber at the Huntsville unit of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. The method selected was lethal injection using pentobarbital. When asked if he had any final words, Nelson said, "I'm thankful and grateful. It is what it is. Always live for me and enjoy life. I'm not scared. I'm at peace. Let's ride, Warden. Let me sleep." The lethal injection was administered at 6:27 p.m. As the pentobarbital entered his system, Nelson attempted to speak and was heard saying the word "love" twice. Shortly afterward, his body experienced a brief convulsion. The entire process lasted approximately 24 minutes. Stephen Lawayne Nelson was pronounced dead at 6:50 p.m. on February 5, 2025. Demetrius Terrence Frazier, executed by nitrogen hypoxia on February 6, 2025. On the night of November 27, 1991, Demetrius Terrence Frazier, a 19-year-old habitual burglar, committed his first murder. That night, he unlawfully entered the apartment of Pauline Brown, a 41-year-old woman who was asleep in her home, by climbing through a window. Frazier woke her and demanded money. Terrified, Brown handed over $80 she had in her purse. Frazier was not satisfied. At gunpoint, he sexually assaulted her and then shot her in the head, killing her instantly. The following year, in 1992, Frazier committed a second murder, this time in Michigan. He shot and killed Crystal Kendrick, a 14-year-old girl, while attempting to rape her. The investigation led to his arrest in Detroit, Michigan, a few months later. In 1993, Frazier was sentenced to life in prison in Michigan and incarcerated at Alger Correctional Facility. During his imprisonment, authorities linked him to multiple sexual assaults in the region. He was tried and convicted of raping 2 women in Wayne County, solidifying his record as a serial rapist. In 1996, for the murder of Pauline Brown, He was sentenced to death in the state of Alabama. On February 6, 2025, Demetrius Terrence Frazier, 52, after 32 years on death row, was transferred to the execution chamber at Holman Correctional Facility in Atmore, Alabama. The state did not use lethal injection or the electric chair. Instead, it employed nitrogen hypoxia, a method in which a gas mask is placed over the condemned inmate's face and breathable oxygen is replaced with pure nitrogen, causing death by asphyxiation. Frazier spent his final hours with his mother, Carol, his sister, and his legal team. For his last meal, he requested Taco Bell burritos and Mountain Dew. The execution began at approximately 6:10 p.m. Frazier was strapped to a gurney, and a blue gas mask was placed over his face. When asked if he had any final words, he said, "First of all, I want to apologize to the family and friends of Pauline. What happened to Pauline Brown should have never happened. I love everybody on death row. Detroit strong." Moments after the nitrogen administration began, his body reacted violently. His hands moved in circular spasms toward his torso, and about a minute later, the movements stopped. At 6:12 p.m., Frazier grimaced, trembled on the gurney, and took gasping breaths. Shortly afterward, he lifted both legs several inches before letting them fall. His face tightened, his nostrils flared, and his hands continued to shake. Although he appeared to attempt to speak, his words were not audible to witnesses. Demetrius Terrence Frazier was pronounced dead at 6:36 p.m. on February 6, 2025. James Dennis Ford, executed by lethal injection on February 13, 2025. On April 6, 1997, at a remote farm in southern Florida's Charlotte County, James Dennis Ford committed one of the most atrocious crimes ever recorded in the region. That Friday morning, Gregory Philip Malnery, 25, his wife, Kimberly Ann Malnery, 26, and their 22-month-old daughter, Miranda, traveled to the South Florida sod farm, where Gregory worked. That day, Gregory had planned a fishing trip with a coworker, James Dennis Ford. For the Malnery family, it appeared to be an ordinary day. When they arrived at the farm, Ford attacked them with immediate and extreme violence. He first shot Gregory Malnery in the head with a .22 caliber rifle. Although critically wounded, Gregory was still alive. Ford then repeatedly struck him with a blunt object resembling an axe, inflicting multiple fractures to the skull and face. Autopsies documented at least 7 severe blunt force injuries. Finally, Ford nearly severed Gregory's throat, killing him. During the attack, Kimberly Malnery attempted to escape. Though injured, she managed to run to her pickup truck. In a desperate effort to protect her daughter, she secured Miranda in her car seat in the back of the vehicle and attempted to flee. Ford caught up with her. What followed was an act of extreme brutality. Ford sexually assaulted Kimberly, beat her repeatedly, and inflicted at least 9 severe blunt force injuries to her head, one of which caused a penetrating skull fracture. He then shot her with the same rifle, killing her. All of this occurred while Miranda, just 22 months old, remained strapped into the back seat, witnessing the murders of her parents. After committing the crimes, Ford fled the scene, leaving the child alone inside the vehicle alongside her parents' bodies. For approximately 18 hours, Miranda remained trapped in the intense Florida heat. When farm workers discovered the scene, they found the toddler covered in her mother's blood, severely dehydrated, and suffering from multiple insect bites. Against all odds, the child survived. On June 3, 1999, Circuit Judge Cynthia Ellis formally sentenced James Dennis Ford to death. For 26 years, Ford remained at Florida State Prison while his attorneys filed multiple appeals, all of which were denied. The day before his execution, Ford requested grilled meat, macaroni and cheese, fried okra, a sweet potato, pumpkin pie, and sweet tea as his final meal. On February 13, 2025, James Dennis Ford, 64, was executed by lethal injection at Florida State Prison. As the drugs were administered, his chest rose in a convulsive breath. A staff member called out his surname to check for consciousness, but there was no response. His body gradually relaxed as the substances took effect. Ford was pronounced dead at 6:19 p.m., approximately 19 minutes after the procedure began. Ford chose not to make an oral statement in the execution chamber. However, he left a written final statement that read, "Hugs, prayers, love. God bless everyone." Richard Lee Tabler, executed by lethal injection on February 13, 2025. In November 2004, Richard Lee Tabler was working at a strip club called Teasers in Killeen, Texas. He had an ongoing conflict with his boss, Muhammad Amin Ramouni, 28, the club's manager. According to investigators, Ramouni had threatened Tabler, implying that he could harm Tabler's family during a dispute over money. Shortly afterward, Tabler was fired. Rather than leaving the conflict behind, Tabler began planning his revenge. He recruited a friend, Timothy Payne, a soldier stationed at the nearby Fort Cavazos military base. Together, they devised a plan to lure Ramouni and his friend, 25-year-old Haitham Zayed, by offering to sell them stolen sound equipment at a cheap price. Tabler and Payne drove Ramouni and Zayed to a remote area near Killeen. Once there, it became an ambush. Tabler opened fire with a borrowed gun, shooting both men inside the vehicle. He then pulled Ramouni out of the car and shot him again at point-blank range to make sure he was dead. Tabler later confessed that Payne had recorded the murder on video. 2 days later, on November 28, 2004, Tabler committed 2 more murders. He killed Tiffany Dotson, 18, and Amanda Benefield, 16, both employees of the Teasers Club. He later admitted that he murdered them out of fear that they would report him to the police for the earlier killings. On April 4, 2007, a jury found Richard Lee Tabler guilty of capital murder for the deaths of Ramouni and Zayed. On June 3 of that same year, he was sentenced to death. After 18 years on death row, Richard Lee Tabler's execution was scheduled for February 13, 2025. Unlike previous occasions, he did not file any final appeals, becoming what is legally considered a volunteer for execution. That same day, Tabler, 46, was taken to the execution chamber at the Huntsville unit of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. The method used was lethal injection with pentobarbital. The injection was administered at 6:23 p.m. Before the procedure, when asked if he had any final words, Tabler delivered the following statement: "There is not a day that goes by that I don't regret my actions. I had no right to take your loved ones from you, and I ask and pray, hope and pray that one day you find it in your hearts to forgive me for those actions. No amount of my apologies will ever return them to you. And if you feel that this is what you need to get you closure, I pray it helps you have that closure. I just hope that one day you find that forgiveness to forgive me for taking your loved ones from you. I am deeply sorry. To my mom, my sister, my niece, my lawyers, my supporters, my friends, my family, and everybody, I love you. This isn't the end. This is only the beginning." After this, Tabler quoted a verse from the biblical book of Philippians, thanked the prison guard, and concluded by saying, "I am finished." As the lethal drugs began to enter his body, Tabler's breathing became rapid. After approximately a dozen breaths, all movement stopped. Clearly visible to witnesses, he moved his lips 2 more times, whispering, "I'm sorry." Richard Lee Tabler was pronounced dead at 6:38 p.m., approximately 15 minutes after the procedure began. His execution took place exactly 1 hour after the state of Florida executed James Dennis Ford. Brad Keith Sigmon, executed on March 7, 2025. Brad Sigmon and Rebecca Barber had been friends for many years. During that time, Rebecca was in another relationship, from which she had 2 children. Eventually, that relationship ended, and it was then that Brad began to support her. Gradually, their friendship developed into a romantic relationship. Sigmon and Barber were together for approximately 3 years and eventually lived together in a trailer owned by Brad. However, in early 2001, the relationship seriously deteriorated due to Sigmon's alcoholism and drug use. Rebecca decided to end the relationship and moved back into her parents' home. Brad Sigmon did not accept the breakup. Instead of coming to terms with the end of the relationship, he became obsessed with Rebecca. He began to harass her persistently, insisting that they get back together. The night before the crime, Brad Sigmon consumed THC with his friend Eugene Struwe. During that meeting, Sigmon confided in him about his plan to break into the Lark family home, tie up Rebecca's parents, and force her to talk to him. Struwe refused to take part, but Sigmon decided to proceed on his own. On the morning of April 27, 2001, as Rebecca was leaving her home to take her children to school, Sigmon entered the residence of David Lark, 62, and Gladys Lark, 59, located in Taylors, South Carolina. Armed with a baseball bat, he told them he needed to speak with their daughter. When the couple refused, Sigmon brutally attacked them. David was found in the kitchen and Gladys in the living room. During the assault, Sigmon moved from room to room, systematically striking both victims. Each sustained 9 blows to the head, causing fatal skull fractures. After killing them, Sigmon stole David's firearm and waited for Rebecca to return. When she arrived at the house, Sigmon threatened her with the gun and forced her into a 2001 Honda Passport, intending to take her to North Carolina. However, Rebecca managed to jump from the moving vehicle and escape. Sigmon fired at her as he chased her, but she survived and was transported to Greenville Memorial Hospital for medical treatment. After Rebecca escaped, Sigmon fled the scene and became the subject of a nationwide manhunt. Authorities issued warrants for murder, kidnapping, and assault with intent to kill. Sigmon remained on the run for 11 days until he was captured in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, and later extradited to South Carolina. Brad Sigmon's trial began on July 18, 2002, in South Carolina. From the very first day, prosecutors presented overwhelming evidence against him, including the baseball bat used to murder David and Gladys Lark. During the reconstruction of the crime scene, Detective Mike McNamer measured the time and distance Sigmon moved throughout the house as he attacked both victims. The jury ultimately sentenced him to death. As the verdict was read, his mother, Virginia Woot, broke down in tears, while Rebecca Barber watched in silence. Sigmon looked at her one last time before being escorted out of the courtroom. 23 years have passed since Brad Sigmon was sentenced to death. Over more than 2 decades on death row, he filed multiple appeals, all of which were denied. His execution was eventually scheduled for March 7th. Sigmon chose death by firing squad rather than lethal injection. His attorneys argued that this decision was driven by concerns raised after recent executions involving massive doses of pentobarbital, as witnesses reported that inmates appeared to lose consciousness within minutes but were not pronounced dead until at least 20 minutes later. In 2022, South Carolina spent approximately $544,000 to build a firing squad chamber inside its execution facility, located near the electric chair. Bulletproof glass was installed in the witness room, along with a specially designed chair equipped with a drainage system to collect blood and a wall to conceal the shooters. Witnesses could see the inmate's profile, but not those carrying out the shooting. One day before being taken to the execution chamber, Sigmon requested his last meal. He initially asked for 3 buckets of Kentucky Fried Chicken original recipe, intending to share them with other death row inmates, but the request was denied. Instead, he was served a more modest meal: 4 pieces of fried chicken, green beans, mashed potatoes with gravy, biscuits, cheesecake, and sweet tea. On March 7, 2025, Brad Sigmon was executed in South Carolina by firing squad, a method that had not been used in the United States for the past 15 years. Sigmon was strapped into a specially designed chair and a hood was placed over his head. 3 volunteer prison employees aimed their rifles at his heart, and, on the warden's command, all 3 fired live ammunition. According to witnesses, the bullet struck Sigmon in the chest just above the heart. It was instantaneous. Witnesses said the sound of the gunfire was extremely loud and jarring, causing everyone in the room to flinch. Only damage at a single point was visible, suggesting the shots were tightly grouped. Sigmon was pronounced dead at 6:08 p.m. According to those present, in his final statement, he expressed his opposition to the death penalty, citing 4 biblical passages, which he argued showed that nowhere in the New Testament does God grant man the authority to kill another man. His final words before death were, "The jury used the law of an eye for an eye as justification to seek the death penalty. At the time, I was too ignorant to understand how wrong that was. Why? Because we no longer live under the law of the Old Testament, but under the law of the New Testament." Rebecca Armstrong, Sigmon's former girlfriend, witnessed Brad's execution and cried in the execution chamber. Later, in her first interview, in 24 years since the murder of her parents, she stated that Sigmon's actions destroyed her family. However, she said that life imprisonment should have been the sentence imposed. Despite this, she expressed that she did not agree with his execution, adding that death is something only God should decide. Jesse Dean Hoffman Jr., executed by nitrogen hypoxia. On March 18, 2025, at the Louisiana State Penitentiary. The crime occurred on November 26, 1996, when 18-year-old Jesse D. Hoffman Jr. kidnapped 28-year-old Mary Elliott, an advertising executive in downtown New Orleans. After forcing her to withdraw money from an ATM, Hoffman drove her to a remote area in St. Tammany Parish, where he assaulted her and ended her life. Hoffman was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. During his trial, the jury found him guilty, and on September 11, 1998, he was sentenced to death. Despite multiple appeals, his execution was carried out nearly 3 decades later. Before his execution, Hoffman declined to make a final statement and chose not to have a special last meal. According to reports, he was escorted to the execution chamber at 6:12 p.m. Prison officials released the nitrogen gas for approximately 19 minutes, and Hoffman was pronounced dead at 6:50 p.m. A state official later acknowledged that Hoffman displayed convulsive movements before becoming still, experiencing pain in a manner similar to the first execution by this method, that of Kenneth Eugene Smith. Aaron Gunches was executed by lethal injection. On March 19, 2025, at the Florence State Prison in Arizona. His crime dates back to November 14, 2002, when Aaron Brian Gunches went to his girlfriend's house in Mesa, Arizona. Upon arrival, he forced Ted Price into his car under the pretense of taking him to a bus station. Realizing Price did not have money for a ticket, Gunches drove him to a desert area along the Beeline Highway, where he shot him 4 times, killing him. On January 15, 2003, an Arizona public safety officer stopped Gunches at a traffic checkpoint. Gunches fired twice at the officer before fleeing, triggering a manhunt involving more than 50 officers. He was arrested the following day while hiding in a barn in Wendell, Arizona. In 2004, Gunches pleaded guilty to the crime, and in 2008, he was sentenced to death. Over the years, he repeatedly requested his own execution and criticized the state for not carrying it out. Although his execution scheduled for April 6, 2023, was postponed, the Arizona Supreme Court later set a new execution date. One day before his execution, Gunches was offered a last meal consisting of a double Western-style burger, spicy gyros, onion rings, and baklava. His execution took place on March 19, 2025. He was executed by lethal injection and pronounced dead at 10:33 a.m. Edward James was executed by lethal injection. On the night of March 20, 2025, his crimes occurred in September 1993. After returning home from a party, James entered the residence of Elizabeth Ann, Betty Dick, and found her grandchildren sleeping in the living room. He approached 9-year-old Tony Nooner and committed a violent act that left her unconscious. He then carried her to a private area of the home, where he assaulted her. Tragically, Toni later died from the injuries she sustained. James subsequently entered Betty Dick's bedroom and attacked her violently, using a heavy object and a knife, inflicting severe injuries. The noise alerted another 9-year-old granddaughter, Wendy, who entered the room. James restrained her before fleeing the residence, taking several belongings with him. The case was later featured on America's Most Wanted, generating numerous tips about his whereabouts. He was captured on October 6, 1993, at an unemployment office in Bakersfield, California. On April 5, 1995, James pleaded guilty to 2 counts of first-degree murder, along with additional charges including aggravated child abuse and kidnapping. On August 18th of that same year, he was sentenced to death. James was executed shortly after 8 p.m. on March 20, 2025, approximately 9 hours after Graham's execution. He was pronounced dead at 8:15 p.m. following a lethal injection. There was a 2-hour delay between the scheduled execution time and the actual execution. Florida authorities did not publicly explain the reason for the delay. While awaiting the injection, James declined to make a final statement. During the administration of the drugs, he struggled to breathe, curled his arms, and then became still. However, when originally sentenced to death, he made a statement accepting responsibility for his actions. "I don't want to die, but I believe it's the right punishment for what I did. From now until I'm executed, I'm just going to exist, accepting as much as possible what I've done. I truly feel in my heart that I'm doing the right thing." Wendell Graham was executed by lethal injection. The crime occurred after Graham and an accomplice, Johns, spent time drinking whiskey and discussing burglary plans. The two randomly selected a house to break into. Inside the residence, they encountered Drew Kopp, who was present with his 2 daughters and their friend, Amber Matthews. Although Kopp attempted to negotiate, Graham shot him in the head. As Matthews tried to escape while holding a baby, Graham shot her in the back of the head and then again in the forehead, killing her. After the murders, Graham and Johns fled the scene in a vehicle found in the garage. They were arrested shortly afterward at a nearby convenience store. At trial, Graham was convicted of first-degree murder, attempted murder, and additional charges. Graham's execution was scheduled for March 20, 2025, following a clemency hearing. One day before his execution, he was offered a last meal consisting of a supreme pizza with Canadian bacon, half a liter of vanilla ice cream, and half a liter of Coca-Cola. Wendell Graham was executed by lethal injection on March 20, 2025. His final words were, "I apologize to everyone for the harm I have caused. I deeply regret having instilled that hatred in your hearts. I sincerely regret what I did, not only because it brought me here, but because I can't even imagine the trauma, pain, and suffering I caused to the victims and their families. It saddens me greatly to have sown so much hatred in your hearts because I am not the person the state of Oklahoma has portrayed me to be." Michael Tanzi. Method of execution: lethal injection. In April 2000, Janet Acosta, a worker at the Miami Herald, was reading a book in her truck in the parking lot of her workplace when Michael Tanzi approached her, asked for a cigarette, and then brutally hit her in the face. After the attack, he kidnapped her and took her to the Florida Keys, where he continued to assault her, robbed her, raped her, and ultimately strangled her to death. He then abandoned her body on a remote island, where it was later discovered by authorities. Tanzi pled guilty to first-degree murder, kidnapping, and armed robbery. In 2003, a jury unanimously recommended the death penalty. Since then, he filed multiple appeals and motions to overturn his sentence, all of which were denied. Tanzi was executed by lethal injection on April 16, 2025, making it the 3rd execution in Florida that year. The day before his execution, he was offered a final meal, which included fried pork, bacon, a baked potato, corn, ice cream, a chocolate bar, and soda. His execution was confirmed after a 3-drug cocktail was administered intravenously. Before dying, He was given the chance to make a final statement, to which he responded, "I want to apologize to the family of Janet Acosta and Carolyn Holder for taking their lives." He then recited a Bible verse, "Heavenly Father, please do not hold those who don't know what they are doing accountable." He was declared dead at 8 p.m. Mikal spent 22 years on death row before being executed. Mikal Deen Mahdi, executed on April 11, 2025. In July 2004, at the age of 21, Mikal Mahdi began a violent crime spree that spanned 3 states. On July 14, 2004, Mahdi stole a firearm and a vehicle from a neighbor in Lawrenceville, Virginia. The following day, July 15, 2004, he traveled to Winston-Salem, North Carolina, where he entered an Exxon gas station. There, he shot Christopher Jason Boggs, a 28-year-old employee, twice in the face at point-blank range while Boggs was checking his identification in order to sell him beer. Mahdi fired a second shot at Boggs as he lay on the floor, unsuccessfully attempted to open the cash register, and fled the scene with a can of beer. Mahdi then headed to South Carolina. In the early morning hours of July 17, 2004, he approached Corey Pitts while Pitts was sitting in his car in Columbia, South Carolina, and forced him out of the vehicle at gunpoint with a chrome-plated handgun, stealing the car. On July 18, 2004, at approximately 3:30 a.m., Mahdi stopped at the Wilco Travel Plaza near Interstate 26 in Calhoun County. He later drove to a rural property in St. Matthews belonging to Captain James E. Myers, 56, an off-duty but on-call officer with the Orangeburg Department of Public Safety. Mahdi forcibly entered a shed on the property and hid there, waiting. When Captain Myers arrived at his property, the same place where he had married his wife, Amy Tripp Myers, just 15 months earlier, Mahdi emerged from hiding and ambushed him. Using a semi-automatic rifle he found inside the shed, Mahdi fired at least 8 shots at Myers, 3 of which struck him in the head. He then poured diesel fuel over Myers' body and set it on fire using matches and diesel fuel that also belonged to the victim. Mahdi stole Myers' official truck along with his firearms, including an assault rifle, a shotgun, and a .22 caliber rifle, before fleeing toward Florida. That same night, Amy Myers, who was also a law enforcement officer, became concerned when her husband failed to return home. She drove to the workshop and discovered her husband's burned body lying in a pool of blood. During the trial, prosecutor David Pascoe described Mahdi as the epitome of evil, stating that his heart and soul are filled with hatred and evil. Mahdi was captured on July 21, 2004, in Satellite Beach, Florida, after police spotted him driving Myers' official vehicle. He attempted to flee the vehicle while armed with Myers' stolen weapons. In August 2004, a Calhoun County grand jury indicted Mahdi on charges of murder, grand larceny, and second-degree burglary. The state filed notice of its intent to seek the death penalty. Mahdi pleaded guilty to murder, second-degree burglary, and grand larceny, and was sentenced to death. He also pleaded guilty to first-degree murder for the killing of Christopher Boggs in North Carolina. Finally, on April 11, 2025, Mikal Mahdi, 42, was executed by firing squad at the Broad River Correctional Institution in Columbia, South Carolina, becoming the second person in the state to be executed using this method. Like Sigmon, Mahdi chose the firing squad over the electric chair and lethal injection. His attorney, David Weiss, stated that Mahdi chose the lesser of 3 evils when faced with barbaric and inhumane options. The day before his death, Mahdi requested a special last meal. He chose a medium-cooked ribeye steak, mushroom risotto, broccoli, kale, cheesecake, and sweet tea. The execution began at 6:01 p.m. Mahdi was strapped to a metal chair with a hood placed over his head and a white target with a red dot positioned over his chest. 3 members of the Department of Corrections, positioned behind a wall 15 feet away, fired simultaneously through slits in the wall. The rifles were loaded with bullets designed to fragment upon impact with the rib cage. According to eyewitnesses, Mahdi screamed when he was struck by the bullets and flexed his arms. He continued breathing deeply for approximately 80 seconds to 2 minutes before taking his final breath. A physician examined him with a stethoscope for 1 minute before pronouncing him dead at 6:05 p.m. Mahdi made no final statement before his execution. However, his attorney later filed a complaint with the South Carolina Supreme Court alleging that the execution was improperly carried out, claiming that only 2 of the 3 bullets struck Mahdi, causing him to experience conscious and excruciating pain for approximately 1 minute. Moises Sandoval Mendoza. Method of execution: lethal injection. Moises Sandoval Mendoza, 41 years old, was executed on April 24, 2025, for the murder of 20-year-old Rochelle O'Neal Tollison, which took place in March 2004. Mendoza kidnapped the young mother from her home, took her to a field, sexually assaulted her, strangled her, and then stabbed her. He later burned her body and left it in a remote location. Tollison's 5-month-old baby was found alive the following day, but her body was not discovered until 6 days later. Mendoza confessed to the murder, although he denied sexually assaulting the victim, claiming that she left with him willingly. He led investigators to the site where he abandoned the body and provided further evidence that implicated him in the crime. The prosecution demonstrated a growing pattern of violence in his history, including other robberies and assaults. The defense presented witnesses who spoke of his deep depression at the end of his teenage years as a mitigating factor. However, the Collin County Prosecutor's Office argued that Mendoza showed no remorse and even appeared to take pride in his actions. Before his execution, Mendoza offered his last words. "I regret stealing Rochelle's life," he said, also acknowledging that he had stolen Tollison's daughter's mother. He added, "I'm sorry. I don't know if anything I say or do can make up for it. I want you to know that I'm sincere. I apologize." Then he briefly spoke in Spanish to his wife, his sister, and 2 friends present. "I love you, I'm with you, I'm fine, and at peace. You know I'm okay, and it's all love." The victim's daughter was not present for the execution. Mendoza was executed by lethal injection and was declared dead at 6:40 p.m. at the Huntsville State Penitentiary in Texas. Moises Sandoval Mendoza spent approximately 21 years on death row before being executed. James Osgood. Method of execution: lethal injection. In October 2010, Tracy Lynn Weileman, a 44-year-old mother, was rebuilding her life after a divorce. In Clanton, Alabama, Osgood and his accomplice, Tanya Van Dyke, attacked Weileman in her bedroom, raped her, and forced her to have sex with them. Later, Osgood slit her throat multiple times and stabbed her in the back, ultimately ending her life. They were captured shortly afterward. Tanya Van Dyke was sentenced to life in prison for her involvement in the crime, while James Osgood was sentenced to death. In his confession to the Chilton County Sheriff's Department, Osgood stated that he saw fear in Weileman's eyes, and although he repeatedly injured her, he felt no anger, only the need to end her life. He even claimed to have apologized to the victim during the attack, saying, "It was nothing personal." During the trial, Senior Assistant District Attorney C.J. Robinson described the crime as a twisted fantasy, pointing out that Osgood enjoyed the act. In a resentencing hearing in 2018, Osgood declared that he firmly believed in the principle of an eye for an eye, and for that reason he would not appeal, accepting that he deserved to die. Osgood received 11 visits on the day of his death. His last meal before being executed was pizza. In his final words, he addressed the victim saying, "I apologize." James Osgood died crying. He was executed by lethal injection and was declared dead at 6:35 p.m., becoming the 2nd execution of the year in Alabama and the 14th in the United States. Osgood spent approximately 14 years on death row before being executed. Glen Hutchinson, State, Florida. In 1998, at the age of 35, Jeffrey Hutchinson committed a crime that shocked the community of Crestview, Florida. That night, following an argument with his girlfriend, Renee Flirty, Hutchinson left the house and later returned armed with a shotgun. Inside the home, he shot and killed Renee and her 3 children, Jeffrey 9, Amanda 7, and Logan 4. Shortly afterward, Hutchinson called 911 and confessed, stating, "I just shot my family." Police arrived at the scene and found clear evidence linking him to the crime, including gunshot residue on his hands and bloodstains on his clothing. After his arrest, Hutchinson was brought to trial in 2001. Prosecutors presented strong evidence directly tying him to the murders. The defense argued that Hutchinson suffered from bipolar disorder and had sustained brain damage during his military service in the Gulf War. They also suggested that others may have been involved in the killings. The jury rejected these claims and found Hutchinson guilty on 4 counts of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to death for the murders of the children and to life in prison for Renee's murder. In the years that followed, Hutchinson filed multiple appeals citing mental health issues and alleged irregularities during the trial. Veterans groups and human rights organizations urged the Florida governor to intervene, arguing that Hutchinson's wartime trauma impaired his criminal responsibility. Nevertheless, Governor Ron DeSantis denied clemency and signed the execution warrant. The execution was carried out on May 1, 2025 at 6 p.m. at Florida State Prison in Ryford. Hutchinson was 62 years old. He was executed by lethal injection, a process that lasted approximately 15 minutes and proceeded without incident. For his final meal, Hutchinson chose salmon, mahi-mahi, asparagus, a baked potato, and iced tea. He offered no final statement, though witnesses reported that he quietly whispered a prayer during the procedure. Glen Edward Rogers. State, Florida. He was born on July 15, 1962, in Ohio. He was one of 7 siblings. Rogers dropped out of school before the age of 16 and later married his teenage girlfriend. The couple had 2 children, but the marriage quickly became abusive. His wife accused him of domestic violence, and after the relationship ended, Rogers' life began to spiral into theft, scams, and frequent bar fights. By 1995, Rogers had escalated to murder. His first confirmed killing occurred on September 28, 1995, when Sandra Gallagher, a mother of 3, was last seen leaving a bar in California with him. The following day, her burned body was discovered inside her pickup truck. She had been strangled. Rogers fled the state soon after. In Mississippi, he met Linda Price at a fair. She found him charming and allowed him to move into her home. A few days later, Linda was found dead in her bathtub. Rogers then traveled to Florida, where he met Tina Marie Cribbs at a bar. She offered to take him back to her motel. 2 days later, motel staff discovered Tina's body in the bathtub. She had been stabbed in the chest and buttocks, and Rogers had escaped in her car. Just 4 days later, on November 9, 1995, Rogers murdered Andy Giles Sudden in Louisiana. She was found naked, stabbed, and lying on a waterbed that Rogers had punctured. By this point, his crimes appeared increasingly erratic and uncontrolled. Rogers was arrested on November 13, 1995, in Kentucky after a chase involving a stolen vehicle. Following his arrest, he claimed responsibility for more than 70 murders. However, investigators were only able to confirm and convict him for 4. Rogers also claimed to have murdered Nicole Brown Simpson, the ex-wife of O.J. Simpson. Although no evidence linked him to the crime, O.J. Simpson's defense team later mentioned Rogers as an alternative suspect during the trial. In 1997, Rogers was sentenced to death in Florida for the murder of Tina Cribbs. 2 years later, he received a second death sentence in California for killing Sandra Gallagher. His brother, Clay Rogers, later told CNN, "I'm absolutely certain my brother Glen killed Nicole Simpson and Ron Goldman. I know he did it because I've seen proof that he was there." Despite these claims, only 4 murders were ever officially confirmed. In his final years, Rogers requested a new hearing, arguing that he had suffered repeated sexual abuse during childhood and hoping the jury would commute his sentence to life in prison. That request was denied. His legal team also argued that Rogers suffered from porphyria, a rare condition that could cause extreme pain during lethal injection, making the execution inhumane. This appeal was also rejected, as Florida does not offer alternative execution methods such as firing squad or gas chamber. After nearly 30 years on death row, all appeals were exhausted. On April 15, 2025, the governor of Florida signed Rogers's final death warrant. On the day of his execution, Rogers woke up at 3:45 a.m. For his last meal, he requested pizza, chocolate, and a soda. He received a visit from his wife that same day, while his brother, who had traveled from Kentucky, had visited him the day before. On May 15, 2025, Glen Edward Rogers was executed by lethal injection at Union Correctional Institution in Florida. The drugs began flowing shortly after 6:20 p.m., and he was pronounced dead at 6:30 p.m. According to eyewitnesses, Rogers appeared to suffer for approximately 10 minutes. His body trembled slightly, and his breathing was irregular. It was not an immediate or peaceful death. When asked for his final words, Rogers delivered one of the most bizarre statements heard in recent memory. "I know there are a lot of questions that still need answers. I promise you, you'll have them very soon, and I hope that somehow it helps you close this chapter." Then, with unsettling calm, he added, "President Trump, keep making America great. I'm ready to begin." The reaction in the execution chamber was one of confusion. Randy Robertson, the son of one of the victims, later said, "I wondered, where did that come from?" His wife, Amy Robertson, who also witnessed the execution, added, "I thought, what the hell did he just say?" Even in his final moments, Glen Rogers managed to bewilder everyone in the room, leaving behind a legacy of violence, horror, and unanswered questions. Benjamin Ritchie. State, Indiana. On September 29, 2000, in Beech Grove, Indiana, a white pickup truck was reported stolen from a nearby gas station. Shortly afterward, at the scene of an unrelated traffic accident, Officer Matthew Hickey noticed the truck drive past with 3 men inside. After running the license plates and confirming it was the stolen vehicle, he radioed it in and initiated a pursuit. 2 additional officers, Robert Mercury and William Bill Toney, joined the chase. The pursuit was brief. The truck crashed off the road into the yard of a quiet residential home. The doors flew open, and 2 of the suspects fled on foot. Officer Hickey quickly apprehended one of them, Michael Greer. The second suspect, 20-year-old Benjamin Ritchie, ran deeper into the neighborhood. Officer William Bill Toney pursued Ritchie through backyards, over fences, past sheds and swing sets. During the chase, Ritchie pulled out a 9mm Glock pistol and fired 5 shots. Although Officer Toney was wearing a bulletproof vest, one bullet struck just above it, hitting him in the chest. He managed to fire a single shot before collapsing. His service weapon fell from his hand as he died in the backyard, one day before his 32nd birthday. Officer Toney left behind a wife and 2 young daughters. He had been a police officer for only 2 years. For reasons never fully explained, Ritchie was wearing a wig that night. After the shooting, he discarded the wig and the gun in nearby bushes and disappeared into the darkness, slipping past the police perimeter and reaching a friend's house. More than 100 officers, including SWAT teams and deputies, launched an overnight manhunt. Roads were blocked and entire neighborhoods were shut down. Hours later, an anonymous tip led police to a residence. When officers arrived that morning, Benjamin Ritchie was inside. This time he did not flee or resist. He was arrested without incident. The house belonged to Michael Moody, the 3rd man from the stolen truck, who was also taken into custody. The manhunt ended, but the legal battle had just begun. In court, Benjamin Ritchie's background came into focus. Born on May 30, 1980, he never met his biological father. His mother, Marion Martin, abused drugs and alcohol, even during pregnancy, and provided no stable home. By the age of 3, she had already abandoned him twice. From an early age, Ritchie struggled in school, displaying severe behavioral and learning problems. He dropped out in the 9th grade and was admitted to a psychiatric hospital at age 10, where he was diagnosed with bipolar disorder and cognitive impairments linked to his upbringing. In August 1998, shortly after turning 18, he was arrested for robbery and sent to prison. By 2000, he was out on probation, but his life remained unstable and directionless. After his arrest for Officer Tony's murder, prosecutors moved quickly. Within weeks, Marion County announced it would seek the death penalty. The case gained attention when Ritchie gave a jailhouse interview, claiming the shooting was accidental. He said the gun slipped and that he heard shots while running. A friend supported this version, stating Ritchie panicked during the chase, fearing that another arrest would send him back to prison for 8 more years. Despite these claims, the jury was unconvinced. On August 10th, Ritchie was found guilty on all charges, including murder, vehicle theft, illegal firearm possession, and resisting arrest. During sentencing, defense attorneys argued that Ritchie suffered from brain damage caused by prenatal drug exposure and a lifetime of neglect. They described him as a broken child who grew into a broken man. One detail sealed his fate. Tattooed on Ritchie's neck was the number 37, Officer Tony's unit number. Prosecutors argued it was a trophy, a symbol of pride in the killing. On August 14th, after just 3 hours of deliberation, the jury unanimously sentenced Benjamin Ritchie to death. He was transferred to Indiana's death row. While awaiting execution, an unexpected relationship formed. In Sweden, a woman named Ivana watched a documentary about death row inmates and became fixated on Ritchie's case. She began writing to him, and their correspondence turned into a relationship. Ivana eventually traveled to the United States, and the two married while Ritchie remained incarcerated. Indiana's death row is unique. Inmates are allowed to keep cats as part of a rehabilitation program designed to reduce isolation and encourage responsibility. Ritchie kept a cat in his cell while continuing to file appeals, all of which were denied over the years. After nearly 23 years on death row, Ritchie's execution date was set for May 20th, 2025. In his final weeks, he requested clemency, expressing remorse and claiming he was no longer the same person who committed the crime. The request was denied. At 44 years old, Benjamin Donnie Ritchie was executed by lethal injection in Indiana. For his final meal, he chose the Olive Garden tour of Italy, consisting of chicken parmesan, lasagna, and fettuccine alfredo. Shortly after midnight, the execution began. His final words were simple: "I love my family, my friends, and everyone who has supported me. I hope you all find peace." Benjamin Ritchie was pronounced dead at 12:46 a.m. Matthew Johnson. State, Texas. Matthew Lee Johnson, originally from Dallas, grew up with little supervision and began using drugs at an early age. He first tried marijuana at just 7 years old, later escalating to crack cocaine and PCP during high school. At 19, he married Daphne, but his addiction rapidly worsened. At one point, his behavior became so erratic that a friend had to restrain him by tying him to a bed. In 2004, Johnson was sentenced to 5 years in prison for a drug-fueled robbery. While incarcerated, he managed to stay sober, improved his behavior, and completed a parenting course. After his release in 2009, he remained drug-free for several years. He had another child, earned a promotion at a mechanic shop, and appeared to find stability. That stability collapsed in 2011. After purchasing their first home, financial pressure mounted when his wife lost her job, and Johnson relapsed. 1 year later, in 2012, he committed one of the most horrific crimes in Garland, a suburb of Dallas. On the morning of May 20th, 2012, Johnson entered the Fina Whip convenience store, where 76-year-old Nancy Judith Harris worked. Harris was a well-known and beloved grandmother in her community. Johnson carried a bottle of lighter fluid and a lighter. He approached Harris behind the counter and poured the flammable liquid over her head, then forced her to open the cash register. As Harris attempted to comply, Johnson stole 2 lighters from the display, 2 packs of cigarettes, and even removed a ring from her finger. Once the register was opened, he took the cash and set Harris on fire. According to court documents, Harris, engulfed in flames, ran to a nearby sink in a desperate attempt to extinguish the fire. Johnson calmly walked out of the store, pausing to grab candy before fleeing through the neighborhood and stripping off his clothes. When police arrested him, he mockingly said, "What took you so long? You're getting slow." Nancy Harris was rushed to the hospital with 2nd to 4th degree burns covering 40% of her body, including her face, chest, arms, legs, and hands. She died 5 days later, on May 25, 2012, after her family authorized the removal of life support. She left behind 4 sons, John, Brian, Scott, and Chris. Johnson was arrested approximately 1 hour after the attack and confessed to setting Harris on fire. At trial, he claimed he was under the influence of drugs and alcohol and did not intend to kill her, only to scare her. Prosecutors highlighted his criminal history, while the defense presented witnesses who spoke about his role as a father and his lifelong struggle with addiction. In 2013, Matthew Lee Johnson was sentenced to death. He filed multiple appeals over the years, all of which were denied, including one by the U.S. Supreme Court in 2024. His final appeal, in which he accused the Texas Attorney General of influencing execution schedules, was rejected by the Fifth Circuit Court just 2 days before his execution. Johnson never claimed to be innocent. According to his attorney, he expressed deep remorse for his actions. While on death row, he attempted rehabilitation by completing a faith-based program and working to be a positive influence on his wife and daughters, hoping they would not repeat his mistakes. Matthew Lee Johnson was executed by lethal injection on Tuesday, May 20, 2025, exactly 13 years after the crime. The execution took place at the Huntsville unit north of Houston. It was the 4th execution in Texas that year and the 18th in the United States. Elizabeth, Nancy Harris's daughter-in-law, witnessed the execution along with her husband Chris, Harris's sons Scott and John, and her granddaughter Shelby. Afterward, Elizabeth stated, "We had reached the point where we were just tired and wanted it to be over. The truth is, there's no such thing as healing. Days get easier, but you never fully heal." Since 2011, Texas inmates have not been allowed to choose a final meal following public outrage over an excessive meal ordered by inmate Lawrence Brewer, which he did not eat. Reports indicate that Johnson requested ice cream as a final wish, but the request was denied. When asked for his final words, Johnson said slowly and clearly, "As I look at each one of you, I can see her on that day. I ask for your forgiveness. I never meant to hurt her." Oscar Smith, State, Tennessee. Oscar Franklin Smith met Judy Smith at a Waffle House in Nashville, where she worked as a waitress. Both had children from previous relationships, but they married in 1985 and later had twins together. Over time, the relationship became increasingly violent. Court records show that Oscar had a history of threats and abuse, including pointing a gun at one of his stepsons, physically and sexually assaulting Judy, and repeatedly threatening to kill her. The couple eventually separated and began divorce proceedings, along with a bitter custody battle over the twins. Around the same time, Oscar took out life insurance policies on Judy and the children. Shortly before midnight on October 1, 1989, a 911 call came from Judy's home. Screams and an address could be heard before the line went silent. Police arrived minutes later, but found nothing out of the ordinary. It wasn't until the following afternoon that a 13-year-old neighbor discovered a horrific scene. Judy Smith, 35, and her sons, Chad, 16, and Jason, 13, were found dead. All 3 had been stabbed and had their throats slashed. In addition, Judy and Chad had been shot. The investigation quickly focused on Oscar Smith. A bloody handprint found next to Judy's body was matched to Oscar's left hand, despite the fact that he was missing 2 fingers. Investigators also enhanced the 911 recording, in which a voice believed to be Chad's could be heard screaming, "Frank, no! Oh my God, help me!" During the trial, Oscar denied committing the murders. He claimed that on the day of the killings, he had breakfast with Judy and the children before Judy left to buy a car. He later said he took the twins out, dropped them off at his mother's house, and then drove to Kentucky for work. The jury did not believe his account. Prosecutors argued that Oscar returned to the house that night after dropping off the twins and carried out the murders. Testimony regarding his history of violence, the life insurance policies, and the bloody handprint proved devastating. In 1990, Oscar Franklin Smith was found guilty of triple homicide and sentenced to death. At sentencing, defense attorneys attempted to avoid the death penalty, arguing that Smith suffered from paranoid personality disorder and had a family history of schizophrenia. He was nevertheless deemed mentally competent to stand trial. It was later revealed that he refused to plead insanity because he feared it would prevent him from obtaining a mortgage in the future. For more than 3 decades, Smith and his legal team maintained his innocence. In 2019, they filed a motion alleging trial irregularities, juror bias, misinterpretation of sentencing laws, and a prosecution theory that they claimed did not align with the physical evidence. One of the most controversial pieces of evidence was a bloody ice pick with fingerprints that did not match Smith or the victims. Despite these arguments, the courts repeatedly denied requests to reopen the case. In 2022, Smith's execution was halted at the last minute by Governor Bill Lee due to problems with Tennessee's lethal injection protocol, though the stay was not permanent. Eventually, the governor announced he would not grant a new clemency hearing. Oscar Franklin Smith's execution was rescheduled for May 22, 2025, at Riverbend Maximum Security Institution in Nashville. Human rights organizations and his attorneys attempted to stop the execution, citing an ongoing lawsuit challenging the lethal injection protocol, which experts say can cause sensations similar to suffocation or drowning. Despite these efforts, the execution proceeded. For his final meal, which Tennessee limits to $20, Smith requested hot dogs, tater tots, and apple pie with vanilla ice cream. Oscar Franklin Smith, 75, was executed by intravenous injection of pentobarbital and was pronounced dead at 10:47 a.m. on May 22, 2025. When asked for his final words, Smith said, "Someone needs to tell the governor that the justice system doesn't work. I didn't kill her." Gregory Hunt, State, Alabama. On April 27, 1994, 23-year-old Carmen Gayert, a nursing student and mother of 2, was reported missing after she failed to pick up her children from daycare. Gayert was attending classes at Lake City Community College in Lake City, Florida, and was last seen that day in a nearby parking lot. When she didn't arrive to collect her children, concern grew quickly. After her husband, father, and classmates were unable to find her, she was officially reported missing. Unbeknownst to her family or investigators at the time, Carmen Gayert had been abducted at gunpoint by Anthony Wainwright and Richard Hamilton while loading groceries into the Ford Bronco she was driving in the parking lot of a Winn-Dixie supermarket. Just 2 days earlier, Wainwright and Hamilton had escaped from a minimum security prison in Carteret County, North Carolina. Wainwright was serving a 10-year sentence for robbery, while Hamilton was serving 25 years for armed robbery. During their escape, they stole a car and broke into a home, taking 2 rifles before fleeing to Florida. On April 27, 1994, the 2 men approached Gayert in the grocery store parking lot after her vehicle stalled. They forced her into the car and drove her to a remote area in Hamilton County, Florida. There, they raped her in the back seat of the Bronco, attempted to strangle her, and ultimately executed her with 2 gunshots to the head. Her body was dumped near a wooded roadside. Following Gayert's disappearance, a multi-state manhunt was launched. The 2 men were captured in Mississippi the next day after a shootout with law enforcement. Forensic evidence, including DNA found in the Bronco, conclusively linked Wainwright to the crime. Although he initially cooperated with authorities under a plea agreement, Wainwright later recanted his confession, claiming Hamilton acted alone in the murder. In 1995, a jury found Anthony Wainwright guilty of first-degree murder, armed kidnapping, armed robbery, and sexual battery. Prosecutors emphasized the brutal and prolonged nature of the crime, noting that Carmen Gayart was forced to contemplate her fate for more than an hour before being killed. Both Wainwright and Richard Hamilton were sentenced to death. Hamilton later died of natural causes in 2023 at the age of 59. Wainwright's defense team, operating with limited resources, failed to present mitigating evidence regarding his traumatic upbringing, which allegedly included sexual abuse and cognitive impairments possibly linked to prenatal exposure to Agent Orange. His father, a Vietnam War veteran, had been exposed to the toxic herbicide. Later appeals criticized the lack of consideration given to these factors during the original trial. For more than 30 years, Wainwright's legal team filed multiple appeals citing prosecutorial misconduct, unreliable jailhouse informant testimony, and withheld DNA evidence. A 2025 petition to the U.S. Supreme Court argued that informants had received undisclosed sentencing benefits in exchange for their testimony. Courts consistently rejected these claims, and the Florida Supreme Court ruled that the Agent Orange evidence would not have altered the sentencing outcome. On June 10th, Wainwright woke up around 3:30 a.m. to face his final day. He was offered a last meal, which he politely declined. According to Florida Department of Corrections spokesperson Ted Veerman, he spent his final hours with his fiancée and a spiritual advisor. Maria David, Carmen Gayart's sister, expressed frustration with the lengthy legal process. 3 decades is too long to wait for justice, she told the Associated Press. It's ridiculous how many appeals they get. Each one reopens our wounds. You have to relive it all over again because they tell the whole story again. The execution began at approximately 6:10 p.m. Wainwright's shoulders twitched a couple of times. He blinked and took several deep breaths before becoming completely still at 6:14 p.m. He was executed by lethal injection, becoming the 6th inmate put to death in Florida in 2025. Wainwright was officially pronounced dead at 6:22 p.m., according to Brian Griffin, spokesperson for Governor Ron DeSantis. He gave a final statement, though his words were inaudible from the witness chamber, where officials typically record an inmate's last words. If Wainwright's official final statement is later made public, it will be included here. Maria David witnessed the execution and said, "Nothing was going to stop me from seeing this through." For the victim's family, the execution brought a measure of closure to a case that had haunted them for more than 3 decades, though David emphasized that while the legal chapter had ended, the pain of losing Carmen would never fully heal. Gregory Hunt committed a horrific crime on August 2, 1988, when he was 28 years old, brutally murdering 32-year-old Karen Lane in Cordova, Alabama. Lane was killed in the apartment she shared with a woman who was Hunt's cousin, following what prosecutors described as a violent break-in and sexual assault. The relationship between Hunt and Lane had lasted approximately 1 month before the fatal attack. The medical evidence presented during Hunt's trial painted a devastating picture of Lane's final moments. A physician who performed the autopsy testified that Lane died from blunt force trauma after sustaining approximately 60 injuries throughout her body, including 20 wounds to her head. The attack involved multiple weapons, with court records indicating that Hunt used his hands, fists, a broomstick, and a bar stool during the assault. Physical evidence linking Hunt to the crime scene included fingerprints and witness testimony, which prosecutors used to build their case against him. The sexual assault component of the crime became particularly significant during the legal proceedings as it elevated the charges to capital murder under Alabama law. However, this aspect later became a source of controversy in Hunt's appeals, as he consistently denied sexually assaulting Lane while acknowledging that he killed her. In a phone interview from prison, Hunt stated that Karen didn't deserve what happened to her. He described how he had been consuming alcohol and drugs on the night of the incident and became jealous after seeing Lane with another man. Hunt's legal journey began shortly after Lane's murder. The case proceeded to trial in 1990, where Hunt was represented by court-appointed attorneys who had limited time and resources to prepare his defense. According to court filings, his initial lawyer was appointed just 3 months before the trial date, with another attorney accepting appointment only weeks before the proceedings began. On June 19, 1990, a Walker County jury found Hunt guilty on 3 counts of capital murder. 1 count involved killing Lane during the course of a robbery, while the other 2 alleged that he murdered her during a sexual assault. During the penalty phase, jurors voted 11-1 to recommend a death sentence, which the judge subsequently imposed. Alabama and Florida are the only 2 states that allow non-unanimous jury recommendations for death sentences during the penalty phase. Because of the defense team's limited investigation, jurors never heard about Hunt's traumatic childhood. His upbringing included growing up in a violent, alcoholic household marked by physical and sexual abuse. Hunt had periodically lived in group homes and began using drugs during childhood, factors that could have served as mitigating circumstances during sentencing. This lack of mitigation evidence later became a central issue in his post-conviction appeals. Hunt spent more than 3 decades on death row, making his case one of the longest tenures in Alabama's death row history. During that time, he led Bible study sessions attended by approximately 24 inmates and became known as a spiritual leader among the condemned. The Reverend Jeff Hood, a Catholic priest who served as Hunt's spiritual advisor, described his story as one of spiritual triumph and noted his courage in ministering to others on death row. Hunt's favorite activities included writing gospel songs and singing them, though he jokingly described his singing voice as sounding like a weed eater. On the morning of his execution, Gregory Hunt woke up at 5 a.m. and received visits from his closest family members. According to reports, his last meal was pizza, which he shared with his family and a corrections officer. At exactly 6 p.m., Gregory Hunt was executed by nitrogen hypoxia at a prison in southern Alabama. He spent his final moments strapped to a gurney with a blue mask covering his entire face. Although Hunt did not speak any final words, just before the gas was released, he appeared to make a thumbs up and a peace sign with his fingers. Shortly afterward, he briefly struggled, gasped, and lifted his head off the gurney. He took a series of 4 or more shallow breaths with long pauses between them and showed no visible movement after 6:05 p.m. Authorities pronounced Hunt dead at 6:06 p.m. The closest thing to final words came in an interview with the Associated Press 1 week before his execution. In that interview, Hunt reflected on his religious faith and described prison as a hospital to heal my broken mind. He said he was trying to be a light in a dark place and to tell people that if he could change, they could become people of love instead of hate. A statement from Karen Lane's family expressed deep gratitude to the Walker County District Attorney's Office, the Alabama Attorney General's Office, and Victims of Crime and Leniency, a nonprofit organization dedicated to supporting victims of violent crime. The family emphasized that the night was not about Gregory Hunt or about closure, but about remembering Karen Lane and the pain she endured. Karen was shown no mercy. She was not given a second chance. Karen was shown no grace, the statement read. It ended with a quote engraved on her headstone by her mother, Betty Sanders. Crime will not decrease until being a criminal becomes more dangerous than being a victim. Stephen Christopher Stanko, State, South Carolina. Born on January 13, 1968, at the naval base in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, Stephen Stano already had a criminal record long before being sentenced for the crimes that would send him to death row. In 1996, he was convicted of assault and kidnapping and served 8.5 years of a 10-year sentence. During that time, he co-wrote a book with another inmate titled Living in Prison, A Story of the Penal System from Within. Those who knew him during that period described Stano as an intelligent and educated man who was always willing to talk about his life behind bars and the book he had written. In 2004, he was released and moved to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, where he rented a room. His parole officer verified that the landlord had been informed of his criminal past, which Stanko himself disclosed when applying. He lived there for nearly a year without major incidents, aside from occasional delays in paying rent. Stanko often complained about the difficulty of finding work due to his criminal record. Eventually, he moved into a friend's home in exchange for caring for the friend's elderly mother. During this time, Stanko began frequenting the local library, claiming he was researching material for a second book. There, he developed a romantic relationship with the librarian, Laura Ling, and eventually moved in with her and her daughter. He also formed what appeared to be a friendship with another regular library visitor, Henry Turner. In the early hours in the coastal town of Murrells Inlet, South Carolina, authorities say Stephen Stanko killed his partner, Laura Ling, and severely injured her 15-year-old daughter, Christina Ling, who also lived in the home. Against all odds, the teenager survived and later testified against him. That same day, Stanko drove north to the city of Conway, where he murdered Henry Lee Turner, a 74-year-old retired U.S. Air Force veteran. Reports indicate that Stanko gained entry to Turner's home by lying about a family emergency. He then stole Turner's vehicle, emptied his bank account, and fled the state. In the days that followed, Stanko hid in Augusta, Georgia, where he claimed to be a successful businessman and the owner of several restaurants. His escape ended on April 12th, when a woman who had given him a ride to church recognized him from a news broadcast and contacted authorities. He was arrested without resistance by U.S. Marshals after a nationwide manhunt. Stanko was tried separately for the two cases, the first in 2006 and the second in 2009. His defense argued that he suffered from a congenital brain condition worsened by a teenage injury, which they claimed caused a personality disorder. Prosecutors rejected this argument. During closing statements, prosecutor Greg Hembre described Stanko as someone who, in his words, is simply evil. There is something inside him that drives him to do harm. He knows it, and he likes it. Stanko was sentenced to death in both trials. His final appeal was rejected by the United States Supreme Court in May 2025, clearing the way for his execution. Under South Carolina law, condemned inmates may choose between the electric chair, firing squad, or lethal injection. Initially, Stanko considered the firing squad, a method recently reinstated in the state. However, after reviewing medical reports from previous executions, he changed his mind. One report noted that an inmate executed by firing squad did not lose consciousness immediately and that the bullets missed vital organs, prolonging the process. Concerned about the possibility of suffering, Stanko ultimately chose lethal injection. His attorneys filed a last-minute appeal, arguing that the method caused unnecessary pain, but a federal judge ruled there was insufficient evidence to delay the execution. There was no intervention from the governor. Since South Carolina reinstated the death penalty nearly 50 years ago, no governor has granted clemency in an execution. Stephen Stanko was executed on Friday, June 13, 2025 at 6 p.m. He was led into the execution chamber and strapped to a gurney, where an intravenous line was placed before witnesses entered the room. He was administered the sedative pentobarbital. According to records from previous executions in the state, loss of consciousness typically occurs within 2 minutes, and the procedure is considered quick and silent. For his final meal, Stanko was given a $20 allowance and requested a hamburger and ice cream. Shortly before the execution, he delivered a final statement lasting approximately 3.5 minutes. He apologized to the families of his victims and asked not to be judged solely by the worst day of his life. He had written the statement in advance and read it aloud in the execution chamber. According to official reports, the execution began moments after he finished speaking. As part of his final words, Stanko said, "I am truly sorry for the pain and loss that I caused in this horrible situation." He added, "Sorry is never enough, but that does not mean it should not be said." Thomas Lee Gudinas Stanko. State: Florida. On May 21, 1994, Orlando, Florida became the scene of a crime that shocked the city and would ultimately seal the fate of Thomas Lee Gudinas, who was 20 years old at the time. That night, Michelle McGrath, a 22-year-old woman, was out enjoying herself at Barbarella's, a downtown nightclub. Around 2:45 a.m., McGrath was last seen leaving the club and walking toward her vehicle. Hours later, at approximately 7:30 a.m., a school employee discovered her body in an alley near a nearby school. The scene was brutal. McGrath was found naked except for her bra, showing clear signs of sexual assault and extreme violence. The autopsy revealed that she died from a brain hemorrhage caused by a severe blow to the head, likely a kick. Objects had been forcibly inserted into her vaginal and rectal cavities. Her blood alcohol level was measured at 0.17%. The medical examiner determined that death occurred between 30 and 60 minutes after the fatal injury and that McGrath had fought for her life, as evidenced by defensive wounds on her hands. The investigation moved quickly. Witnesses identified Thomas Lee Gudinas fleeing the scene and linked him to another attempted sexual assault that occurred earlier the same night. Michelle Smith, another woman who had been at Barbarella's, testified that Gudinas chased her to her car and attempted to force his way inside while shouting sexual threats. She managed to escape and later identified him in a photo lineup and again at trial. Additional witnesses placed Gudinas near the crime scene and reported seeing him in possession of McGrath's car keys, which he claimed were his own. Forensic evidence was overwhelming. Gudinas's fingerprints were found on McGrath's vehicle, and semen matching his DNA was recovered from her body. His roommates testified that Gudinas returned home that morning wearing blood-stained clothing and confessed to the crime, stating that he had killed her. He was arrested shortly afterward. Due to intense media coverage, the trial was moved to Collier County to ensure a fair proceeding. In 1995, Gudinas was convicted of first-degree murder, 2 counts of sexual battery, attempted sexual battery, and attempted robbery with assault. The jury recommended the death penalty by a 10-2 vote, and the judge formally imposed the sentence on June 16, 1995. During the trial, the defense presented evidence of Gudinas' deeply troubled childhood, marked by physical, sexual, and emotional abuse by family members and caregivers. He had been diagnosed with multiple psychiatric disorders and had been placed in more than 100 institutions without receiving consistent long-term treatment. Experts testified that he had a low IQ and severe psychological impairments that limited his ability to control impulses, especially while under the influence of alcohol and drugs, which he had consumed on the night of the crime. Over the years, Gudinas filed numerous appeals, citing ineffective assistance of counsel, procedural errors, and severe mental illness. All appeals were denied by state and federal courts, which ruled that the aggravating factors outweighed any mitigating circumstances. In his final legal efforts, Gudinas' attorneys argued before the Florida Supreme Court that his execution was no longer constitutionally acceptable, citing evolving standards of decency and his mental condition at the time of the crime. His aunt, Judith Gudinas Terro, maintained his innocence and stated that he had found religion while in prison, keeping a newspaper photo of Michelle McGrath inside his Bible. McGrath's family rejected these final appeals, viewing them as procedural delays. Most chose not to attend the execution, describing it as another source of trauma. However, they expressed relief that the long legal process was finally coming to an end. On May 23, 2025, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed the execution warrant for Thomas Lee Gudinas, scheduling it for June 24th at Florida State Prison in Stark. Gudinas, 51 years old, became the 7th person executed in Florida in 2025. On the morning of his execution, Gudinas woke at 4:45 a.m. He received a visit from his mother, but declined to meet with a spiritual advisor. For his final meal, he requested pepperoni pizza, French fries, and a soft drink. Later that evening, at exactly 6 p.m., the curtain to the execution chamber was opened. Gudinas was already strapped to a gurney with an intravenous line inserted into his left arm. After a final call with the governor's office, the warden asked if he had any last words. Though his response was inaudible to witnesses, prison officials stated that he expressed remorse and mentioned Jesus. Moments later, the lethal injection process began. His eyes rolled back and his chest moved slightly as mild convulsions occurred. Within minutes, his skin turned pale and his body became completely still. At 6:23 p.m., the warden officially declared the execution complete. The curtain was closed and witnesses were escorted out of the chamber. Richard Gerald Jordan, State name Mississippi. In January 1976, 29-year-old Richard Gerald Jordan devised a cold-blooded ransom scheme that would forever alter the lives of a Gulfport family and ultimately lead him to become Mississippi's longest-serving death row inmate. Jordan was a Vietnam War veteran who had completed 3 combat tours totaling 33 months as a helicopter gunner. Jordan contacted G National Bank in Gulfport and asked to speak with a loan officer. After learning that Charles Martyr was available, he hung up, looked up the Martyr family's home address in a telephone directory, and drove directly to their residence. Posing as an electric company employee who needed to check the home's electrical breakers, Jordan gained entry to the Martyr house. Once inside, he kidnapped 34-year-old Edwina Martyr, a mother of 2 young children. She was forced to leave her 3-year-old son sleeping alone in the house while her 10-year-old son was away at school. Jordan drove Edwina to a wooded area in the DeSoto National Forest in Harrison County, Mississippi, where he fatally shot her in the back of the head. Physical evidence later showed that the bullet entered the lower right occipital area of her skull and traveled upward from right to left, exiting above her left eye. After killing Edwina, Jordan disposed of the murder weapon by throwing it into the Big Biloxi River, where it was later recovered by police scuba divers. Jordan then called Charles Martyr at the bank, falsely claiming that Edwina was alive and demanding $25,000 for her safe return. He instructed Charles to leave the money wrapped in brown paper on top of a blue jacket along U.S. Highway 49. However, when Charles arrived, he found no jacket. Jordan had noticed that Charles was being followed by the FBI and aborted the exchange. The following morning, Jordan called again, reassuring Charles that Edwina was fine and asking about the children. This time, Charles followed the instructions and left the money along Interstate 10. When Jordan returned to retrieve the ransom, 2 officers attempted to arrest him. A high-speed chase followed, during which Jordan forced an officer's vehicle off the road and managed to escape. Jordan abandoned his car in a shopping center parking lot and hid most of the ransom money in the woods, keeping only a small amount to buy new clothes. After changing, he called a taxi. He was eventually stopped at a roadblock where an officer recognized him and took him into custody. Following his arrest, Jordan confessed to the crime and cooperated fully with investigators. He led authorities to Edwina Martyr's body and disclosed the location of the murder weapon. He was arrested, tried, and sentenced to death later that same year. What followed was one of the most complex legal histories in Mississippi's death penalty system. Jordan's case involved 4 separate trials and decades of appeals. His initial death sentence was overturned after automatic death sentences were ruled unconstitutional. He was sentenced to death again in 1977, successfully appealed, and then received a 3rd death sentence, which was also overturned. At one point, prosecutors offered Jordan a plea deal of life imprisonment without parole in exchange for waiving his appellate rights. However, Jordan later challenged the agreement, arguing that life without parole was not a legally authorized sentence under Mississippi law at the time of his crime. Courts agreed, ruled the plea improper, and ordered a new sentencing hearing. In 1998, Jordan was sentenced to death for the 4th time. Throughout the decades-long legal battle, his defense repeatedly argued that his Vietnam War trauma had never been adequately presented to jurors. Jordan had been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder stemming from his combat service, including exposure to intense fighting during the 1968 Tet Offensive near Pubai. His attorneys contended that had jurors understood the extent of his psychological damage and wartime experiences, the outcome might have been different. Despite these arguments, the courts consistently upheld the sentence. Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves signed Jordan's death warrant, scheduling his execution for June 25, 2025, stating that justice must be served in Mississippi. The U.S. Supreme Court denied Jordan's final appeals on June 23, clearing the way for the execution. On the morning of June 25, Jordan woke at 6 a.m. He was allowed to visit with family members, attorneys, and spiritual advisors, with his family permitted to remain with him until 2 p.m. His final meal consisted of chicken tenders, French fries, strawberry ice cream, and a root beer float. Jordan was moved to an isolation cell at 4 p.m. and executed by lethal injection at 6:16 p.m. at the Mississippi State Penitentiary in Parchman. During the procedure, he exhibited mild convulsions lasting approximately 3 to 5 minutes. A physician pronounced him dead at 6:23 p.m. Richard Gerald Jordan was 79 years old at the time of his death and had spent nearly 49 years on death row, making him the longest-serving death row inmate in Mississippi's history. When given the opportunity to make a final statement, Jordan said, "First of all, I want to thank everyone for the humane way this was done. I want to apologize to the victim's family. I love you all very much. I will see you on the other side. All of you." Some observers interpreted the statement as sarcastic, particularly amid ongoing criticism of Mississippi's lethal injection protocol. Jordan was the third person executed in Mississippi in the past decade, following the state's most recent execution in December 2022. His execution was carried out using the state's 3-drug lethal injection protocol, which he and other inmates had previously challenged as cruel and unusual punishment. Edwina Martyr's sons, who were just 11 and 3 years old at the time of their mother's murder, are now 59 and 49 years old. After nearly 5 decades, the case finally came to a legal end. However, Eric Martyr, the older son, stated that neither he nor his sibling would attend the execution. Michael Bernard Bell. State, Florida. Michael Bernard Bell was born in November 1970. In December 1993, at the age of 23, he committed a brutal crime driven by revenge. The events that led to the murders began in June of that same year, when Theodore Wright killed Bell's younger brother, Lamar Bell. Authorities ruled the killing an act of self-defense, but for Michael Bell, it was an unforgivable loss. Over the next 5 months, Bell carefully planned his retaliation. On December 8, 1993, he set his plan in motion. With the help of his girlfriend Erica Williams, he obtained an AK-47 assault rifle. The following night, Bell believed he spotted Wright's yellow Plymouth parked outside Moncrief Liquors and Lounge in Jacksonville, unaware that Wright had already sold the car to his half-brother, Jimmy West. When West, 22, exited the lounge with Demetrius Smith, 18, and another young woman, Bell quietly approached the vehicle. Without saying a word, he opened fire. West was shot 12 times, and Smith was shot 4 times. The third passenger survived by ducking at the right moment. Bell then fired into the storefront, where approximately a dozen people were waiting to enter, and also shot at a nearby house where 3 children lived. Jimmy West died at the scene, and Demetrius Smith later died from her injuries while being transported to the hospital. Bell fled but was arrested in September 1994. During his trial in March 1995, Bell claimed he acted in self-defense, stating that he believed West was reaching for a weapon. However, the defense presented no evidence or witnesses to support this claim. The jury rejected his explanation, finding him guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder and sentencing him to death. Later, Bell pleaded guilty to 3 additional murders. On September 25, 1989, he killed LaShawn LSA Cart and her 2-year-old son Travis during a car ride. He also confessed to killing his mother's boyfriend, Michael Johnson, on August 18, 1993, following an argument on the front porch of their home. For these crimes, Bell received 3 concurrent 25-year prison sentences. On July 15, 2025, at the age of 54, Michael Bernard Bell was executed by lethal injection at Florida State Prison near Stark. The execution took place at 6:25 p.m. That morning, Bell woke at 6:30 a.m. His final meal consisted of an omelet with bacon, homemade hash browns, and orange juice. Strapped to the gurney with his arms extended, Bell was asked if he had any final words. He replied, "Thank you for not letting me spend the rest of my life in prison." The execution proceeded without incident. Bell remained alert, looking around the chamber as the lethal drugs entered his left arm. Within 2 minutes, he closed his eyes and stopped moving. Edward James Zakarzewski, State, Florida. Edward James Zakarzewski II was a technical sergeant in the United States Air Force and originally from Kalamazoo, Michigan. In 1986, while stationed in Montana, he met Sylvia, a South Korean woman whom he married after she became pregnant. The couple had 2 children, Edward and Anna. Between 1989 and 1992, Zakarzewski was stationed in South Korea and later transferred to Eglin Air Force Base in Florida. The family settled in Mary Esther, Okaloosa County. Sylvia faced discrimination in South Korea due to her marriage to an American and raising biracial children. After relocating to the United States, the marriage continued to deteriorate. Zakarzewski told a neighbor on at least 2 occasions that he would rather kill his family than go through a divorce. On the morning of June 9, 1994, his son Edward called him at work and told him that Sylvia wanted a divorce. During his lunch break, Zakarzewski went to a military surplus store and purchased a machete before returning to finish his shift. That evening, he arrived home before his family and hid a machete, a crowbar, and a rope in the bathroom. When Sylvia returned home, she sat alone in the living room. Zakarzewski approached her from behind and struck her in the head at least twice with the crowbar, rendering her unconscious but still alive. He dragged her to the bedroom, struck her again, and strangled her with the rope, killing her. He then called his son Edward into the bathroom under the pretense of brushing his teeth. When the boy entered, Zakarzewski attacked him with the machete. Edward attempted to defend himself, sustaining a slash to the wrist, but multiple blows to the head, neck, and back proved fatal. Defensive wounds on his arms indicated he fought back. Zakarzewski then called 5-year-old Anna into the bathroom. According to his testimony, he struck her as soon as she entered. Forensic evidence showed she was kneeling by the bathtub when the attack occurred. She also had defensive cuts on her arm and elbow. After the murders, Zakarzewski fled to Orlando and boarded a flight to Hawaii. There, he changed his name to Michael Green and lived with a family operating a religious commune. About 4 months later, the family watched an episode of Unsolved Mysteries that featured Zakarzewski's photograph. The following day, on October 15, 1994, he turned himself in to authorities. Zakarzewski pleaded guilty to 3 counts of first-degree murder. The jury recommended the death penalty for the murders of Sylvia and Edward. For Anna's murder, the jury was split 6-6, resulting in a life sentence recommendation. On April 19, 1996, Circuit Judge G. Robert Barron sentenced Zakarzewski to death for all 3 murders. On the day of his execution, Zakarzewski woke at 5 a.m. His final meal included fried pork chops, fried onions, potatoes, bacon, toast, root beer, ice cream, pie, and coffee. On July 31, 2025, at the age of 60, Edward James Zakarzewski II was executed by lethal injection at 6 p.m. at Florida State Prison near Stark. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who signed the death warrant on July 1st, did not intervene. When asked for his final words, Zakarzewski spoke several phrases, but they were inaudible to witnesses. Byron Lewis Black, State, Tennessee. In March 1988, Byron Lewis Black, then 31 years old, shot and killed his girlfriend, Angela Clay, 29, along with her two young daughters, 9-year-old Latoya and 6-year-old Lakesha. The brutal triple homicide, carried out inside Angela's apartment, shocked the community and set off a legal process that would last nearly 4 decades, ultimately ending with Black's execution 37 years later. Black's relationship with Angela Clay had long been marked by violence. In December 1986, he shot and wounded Angela's estranged husband, Benny Clay, striking him in the shoulder. For that attack, Black was sentenced to 2 years in prison, but was allowed to participate in a work release program that permitted him to leave custody on weekends. On one such weekend, Sunday, March 27, 1988, Black picked Angela up from her job as a lab technician at Vanderbilt University Hospital. Their relationship was strained, and Angela had reportedly been considering reconciling with her husband. According to testimony, Black became enraged and had previously threatened to pull a Sterling Gray, a reference to a local judge who had killed his wife and then himself after she left him. In the early hours of March 28th, Black entered Angela's apartment at 1101 Wade Avenue, Apartment B. Inside, he executed all 3 occupants. Angela was found dead in her bed, shot in the head while she slept. Latoya was found beside her, shot at close range in the neck and chest, dying within minutes. Lakesha, the youngest child, was found in another room with gunshot wounds to her chest and pelvis. Forensic evidence showed that she attempted to defend herself before being shot from a distance of 6 to 12 inches. She survived for up to 30 minutes before dying from her injuries. The bodies were discovered the evening of March 28th after concerned relatives contacted police. By that time, Black had already returned to the county jail at 5 p.m. that same day, hours before the victims were found. Black initially denied involvement and provided conflicting accounts. At first, he claimed he had dropped Angela and the girls off at her mother's home. Later, with his attorney present, he changed his story, stating that he went to the apartment, discovered the bodies, and fled in panic. The case turned on ballistics evidence. Bullets recovered from the victims were matched to the same firearm Black had used to shoot Benny Clay 2 years earlier. This forensic link led to Black's arrest on April 21, 1988. He was charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder. Jury selection began in February 1989. The defense attempted to delay the proceedings by arguing that Black was mentally incompetent, but the trial moved forward. On March 8, 1989, a Davidson County jury found Black guilty on all counts. The verdict was announced on what would have been Lakesha's 7th birthday, a date her father later described as the best birthday gift his youngest daughter could have received. During sentencing, prosecutors sought the death penalty. On March 10, 1989, Judge Walter Kurtz sentenced Black to death by electrocution for the murder of Lakesha Clay, following the jury's unanimous recommendation. The jury could not agree on the death penalty for the murders of Angela and Latoya, so the judge imposed 2 consecutive life sentences for those killings, along with an additional 15 years for burglary and 2 5-year sentences for firearms violations. Over the following decades, Black remained on death row while pursuing numerous appeals. His case grew increasingly complex due to mental health concerns. Experts diagnosed him with intellectual disabilities, citing fetal alcohol syndrome, childhood lead exposure, and possible brain damage from playing football. Every professional who evaluated him, including the state's own expert, concluded that Black met the criteria for intellectual disability. Despite this, courts rejected his appeals on procedural grounds. On August 5, 2025, after Tennessee Governor Bill Lee denied clemency and the U.S. Supreme Court rejected his final appeals, Byron Lewis Black was executed by lethal injection at Riverbend Maximum Security Institution in Nashville. The execution was scheduled for 10 a.m. Central Time. His final meal consisted of mushroom and sausage pizza, donuts, and butter pecan ice cream. Black offered no official last words. However, witnesses reported that shortly after the lethal injection began, he turned to a spiritual advisor in the room and whispered, "This hurts a lot." Byron Lewis Black was pronounced dead at 10:43 a.m. Cale Binkton Bate, State, Florida. On June 14, 1982, 24-year-old Cale Binkton Bates committed a crime that shocked the small community of Lynn Haven, Florida. Janet Renee White, a 23-year-old newlywed and insurance agent, arrived at her office early that morning, returning sooner than usual, a detail that would ultimately prove fatal. Inside the small office, Bates had already forced his way in through the back door and lay in wait, hiding until Renee White was alone. When she arrived, he attacked. Renee fought with all her strength, resisting him fiercely. After a violent struggle, Bates partially suffocated her and dragged her to a nearby wooded area. There, he beat her, strangled her, and stabbed her twice in the chest. Still alive, she was left at the scene, while Bates returned to the office to steal several items, including her wedding ring. During those terrifying minutes, the office phone rang several times. At one point, Bates briefly answered the phone before abruptly hanging up. Bates' path to this crime revealed no obvious warning signs. Born and raised in Florida, he had lived what appeared to be a normal life. He was the father of a 3-year-old daughter and served in the Florida National Guard. He had no prior criminal record. However, earlier in 1982, he met Janet Renee White, and what began as interest soon developed into an obsessive and dangerous fixation that ultimately drove him to violence. According to the prosecution's theory, later confirmed at trial, the motive was sexual. Bates attempted to assault Renee White, and when she resisted, he escalated the attack until it became fatal. Janet Renee White was only 24 years old at the time of her murder. She was described as cheerful, hard-working, and full of optimism. She had married Randy White just 10 weeks earlier, a man she had known since adolescence. Together they were planning a future that included travel and starting a family. Those who knew her remembered her as charismatic, hopeful, and full of life. Suspicious noises and movement coming from the office caught the attention of a nearby worker, who immediately alerted police. When officers arrived, they found Cale Binkton Bates still near the scene. His clothes were stained with blood, and Renee White's ring was found in his pocket. Witnesses reported seeing a man matching his description loitering around the office both before and after the attack. Forensic evidence, including fingerprints, hair, and blood samples, directly linked Bates to the crime. He was arrested within hours and taken to the police station, where he gave inconsistent and contradictory statements, alternating between denying and admitting his presence at the scene. At trial, the prosecution presented a detailed and compelling case demonstrating the premeditated nature of the assault and the extreme violence involved. Expert forensic testimony and accounts from the responding officers played a crucial role. Bates was represented by court-appointed attorneys who raised mental health concerns and challenged the evidence. Despite these efforts, the jury found him guilty in August 1983 of first-degree murder, kidnapping, armed robbery, and attempted sexual assault. He was sentenced to death. Over the next 4 decades, the case moved through a complex series of appeals, resentencing hearings, and clemency requests. Courts examined Bates's mental state, and jurisdictional disputes arose between state and federal systems. In 1995, a resentencing hearing unanimously reaffirmed the death sentence. Throughout the process, Renee White's family attended every major proceeding, seeking justice and closure. While on death row, Bates became deeply religious, dedicating himself to studying the Quran and earning a reputation as a calm and reserved figure among other inmates. In later years, he re-established contact with his now adult daughter. On July 20, 2025, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed Cale Bates's death warrant, scheduling his execution for August 19th at 6 p.m. That morning, Bates woke around 4 a.m., showered, and shaved. He was offered visits from family, attorneys, or a chaplain, but no one came. He spent the day isolated in a special cell near the execution chamber under constant supervision. In the hours leading up to the execution, Bates was allowed a final phone call and offered spiritual support. He accepted a last meal of pizza and Coca-Cola, though he did not finish it. According to sources, he displayed some aggressive behavior, and officers lightly sedated him to safely transport him to the execution chamber. At exactly 6 p.m., 67-year-old Cale Bington Bates was executed by lethal injection. He received a 3-drug protocol and was pronounced dead at 6:17 p.m. When asked if he had any final words, he simply replied, "No." He stared toward the witness gallery until his death, bringing an end to his life after more than 4 decades on death row. Curtis Wyndham, State, Florida. On the morning of February 7, 1992, 29-year-old Curtis Wyndham walked into a Walmart in Ocoee, Florida, and purchased a .38 caliber revolver along with a box of ammunition. Outside the store, an old grudge was waiting to be settled. Wyndham was angry over a $2,000 debt he believed Johnny Lee owed him. When he learned that Lee had recently won $114 at a Greyhound track, his rage escalated. Minutes later, Wyndham ambushed Lee in the middle of the street, shooting him in the back and then finishing him off at close range as horrified bystanders screamed nearby. The violence did not end there. After killing Lee, Wyndham drove to the home of his ex-girlfriend, Valerie Davis, the mother of one of his children. Without saying a word, he shot her in the chest in front of her friend, Cassandra Hall, who stood frozen as she witnessed the murder. As Wyndham fled the scene, he encountered Kenneth Williams and shot him as well. Williams survived the attack. Moments later, Wyndham intercepted Valerie's mother, Mary Lubin, and executed her inside her own vehicle. In the span of just minutes, Curtis Wyndham left 4 victims behind, 3 of them dead. Wyndham was arrested later that same month. His trial revealed a life marked by neglect, trauma, and instability. His initial legal representation was so incompetent that his first attorney was later disbarred and imprisoned for drug and alcohol abuse. Evidence presented in court detailed Wyndham's brain damage, learning disabilities, and long history of substance abuse. Wyndham himself claimed he had been hearing voices and suffering from delusions in the days leading up to the killings. None of this persuaded the jury. Wyndham was sentenced to death for 3 murders and received an additional 22 years for attempted homicide. He spent the next 33 years on death row in near total isolation, receiving no regular visits and relying primarily on letters from a pen pal. In his writings, he expressed deep despair. "I'm still alive, but they're killing 2 people a month here," he wrote shortly before learning his execution date. In 2025, Florida reached a grim milestone, carrying out 11 executions in just 8 months, more than any other state that year. Curtis Wyndham's case became the 11th execution, marking a disturbing point in the modern history of capital punishment in the United States. The case took on an unusual dimension due to opposition from the victims' families. Wyndham's daughter, Curticia, left orphaned at just 10 months old, led a public campaign to spare his life. Speaking about forgiveness and inherited trauma, she said, "If we were able to forgive him, I don't see why people who haven't lived through our pain have the right to say he should die." Even more rare, the families of the other victims also opposed the execution, making Wyndham's case one of the most unusual in Florida's recent death row history. Despite these efforts, the appeals failed. Governor Ron DeSantis signed the final death warrant, and the United States Supreme Court denied Wyndham's last petition on August 27, 2025. On August 28, the day of his execution, Wyndham woke at 5 a.m. in good spirits. His mood shifted when he realized no visitors would be coming that day. At 1 p.m., prison officials asked if he wanted a special last meal or the standard prison food. Wyndham chose ribs, baked beans, collard greens, potato salad, and a slice of cake. At 6 p.m. on August 28, 2025, 59-year-old Curtis Wyndham was executed by lethal injection at Florida State Prison. He was pronounced dead at 6:17 p.m. When asked for his final words, Wyndham remained silent.
David Joseph Pittman, State, Florida. The story that led to this tragedy began years earlier. Pittman had been married to Marie Knowles Pridgeon, another daughter of Clarence and Barbara. but the relationship deteriorated badly. In October 1989, Marie filed for divorce, a process that was far from amicable and which Pittman strongly opposed. During this time, he made repeated violent threats against Marie and her family, making it clear that he intended to harm them if she went through with the divorce. The situation escalated dramatically when Pittman, who had just been released from prison on an unrelated grand theft charge, learned that Bonnie Knowles had attempted to press criminal charges against him for an alleged rape that had occurred 5 years earlier in 1985. Although prosecutors could not pursue the case because the statute of limitations had expired, this revelation greatly intensified Pittman's anger toward the entire Knowles family. It is worth noting that the 1985 incident had resulted in Pittman's only prior conviction for a violent crime, an aggravated assault to which he had pled guilty. According to detailed testimony from jailhouse informant Carl Hughes, who shared a cell with Pittman from June 20th to 27th, 1990, on the night of the crime, Pittman called Bonnie Knowles, asking her to speak with her parents about letting him see his children. Pittman went to the family residence in the early morning hours of May 15th, after deliberately cutting the telephone line from outside the house. Once there, he tapped on Bonnie's bedroom window, and she let him inside. Inside the home, according to the confession Pittman made to Hughes, he tried to persuade Bonnie to have sexual intercourse with him, but she refused, saying she was on her menstrual cycle. When Pittman pressed further, suggesting oral sex, Bonnie's refusal enraged him. She screamed for help, causing Pittman to completely lose control. To silence her cries, he slit her throat and stabbed her multiple times. Hearing her daughter's screams, Barbara Knowles ran into the hallway outside Bonnie's bedroom, where Pittman attacked her and stabbed her 3 times. He then moved into the living room, where he found Clarence desperately trying to use the telephone to call for help, but Pittman knocked him down and stabbed him 5 times in the hallway. After the murders, Pittman carried out a deliberate plan to destroy evidence. He went to an outside shed and retrieved gasoline, which he carried back into the house and poured over Bonnie's bed. To intensify the blaze, he placed a tire under the bed before spreading more fuel throughout the home. He washed his hands and wiped the blood from his clothing in the bathroom before setting the house on fire from outside. He then stole the keys to Bonnie's brown Toyota, placed the gas container inside the vehicle, and fled the scene. Pittman drove near his father's house, parked the stolen car, and entered the residence through the back door at around 2:30 or 3 a.m. Later that morning, he returned to the abandoned vehicle while sitting in his own tow truck, watching from a distance as police discovered the Toyota in flames. The police investigation quickly focused on Pittman. A key witness, James Trope, a construction worker, saw the Toyota abandoned in a ditch around 6:30 a.m. and noticed an orange glow coming from the back of the vehicle. More importantly, Trope had previously seen a vehicle he described as a tow truck approaching the abandoned car, and later identified this vehicle as belonging to Pittman. Another crucial witness was a resident of a nearby apartment complex who, at around 6:40 a.m., saw the car burning and a man fleeing the scene. This woman provided police with a detailed description of the suspect and later identified Pittman from a photo lineup. Fearing that police would suspect his involvement in the murders, Pittman voluntarily turned himself in the next day at his mother's urging, though he steadfastly maintained his innocence. Pittman's trial began on March 18, 1991, nearly a year after the crimes. On March 25, 1991, after 4 days of deliberation, the jury found Pittman guilty of 3 counts of first-degree murder, 1 count of premeditated arson, and 1 count of grand theft. He was sentenced to death. During the penalty phase, prosecutors emphasized the brutality of the crimes and Pittman's history of threats against the Knowles family. The defense attempted to present evidence of Pittman's intellectual disability and the childhood abuse he had suffered, as well as his low IQ, estimated at around 70. Over the next 34 years, Pittman exhausted numerous appeals in both state and federal courts. His attorneys argued violations of due process, prosecutorial misconduct, and the unconstitutionality of executing a person with intellectual disability. The Florida Supreme Court denied his clemency petition on September 11, 2025, and the U.S. Supreme Court rejected his final appeal on September 16, 2025. That same day, Governor Ron DeSantis signed the death warrant, his 12th, setting a record for a Florida governor. On September 17, 2025, David Joseph Pittman, age 63, was executed by lethal injection at Florida State Prison in Stark. The protocol used consisted of midazolam as a sedative, vecuronium bromide as a paralytic, and potassium chloride to stop the heart. Pittman's final meal, eaten hours before his death, included fried chicken, steak, biscuits, chocolate, and soda. At 6 p.m., Pittman was escorted into the execution chamber. After receiving the sedative, he took several deep breaths for about 90 seconds. Then, the vecuronium paralyzed his muscles, and finally, the potassium chloride halted his cardiac activity. At 6:12 p.m., the presiding official pronounced him dead, with no signs of extreme suffering beyond the initial respiratory movements. Before his death, in a low voice as he leaned toward the microphone, Pittman delivered his final words. "I know all of you came here to watch an innocent man be killed by the state of Florida. I am innocent. I didn't kill anyone, that's all." With that, the execution concluded, making him the 12th person executed in Florida in 2025 and the first in the month of September. David Joseph Pittman's ex-wife, who is also the daughter and sister of the victims, witnessed his execution. Blaine Keith Milam, State, Texas. In December 2008, at the age of 18, Blaine Keith Milam committed one of the most brutal crimes in Texas history against a 13-month-old girl. The victim was Amora Bain Carson, the daughter of his girlfriend, Jessica Carson, in a trailer located in Rusk County, East Texas. On December 2, 2008, around 10:30 a.m., Blaine Keith Milam called 911 to report that he had found the baby dead.
December 2, 2008, 16 hours, 48 minutes, 15 seconds.
Rescue 911.
Yes. My name's Blaine Milam, and my daughter, I just found her dead.
How old's your daughter?
13 months.
13 months old? Okay, let me connect you with the ambulance service, okay?
Initially, Milam and Carson, who was also 18 at the time, gave conflicting statements to the police about what had happened. First, they claimed they had left the house and found the child injured. Then, they said she had eaten insulation from the walls. And finally, they alleged they had performed an exorcism on her because she was possessed by a demon. According to court records, Amora Carson's torture lasted approximately 30 hours. Prosecutors alleged that Milam brutally beat the girl with a hammer, as well as bit, strangled, and mutilated her during this prolonged period. The forensic pathologist who performed the autopsy found that the child had multiple skull fractures, along with broken arms, legs, and ribs, as well as numerous human bite marks. The physical evidence at the crime scene was overwhelming. A search of Milam's trailer revealed blood splatter consistent with blunt force trauma, blood-stained bedding and baby clothes, diapers and wipes with blood, a tube of Astroglide lubricant, and a pair of jeans with blood on the lap. DNA testing confirmed that the blood on these items belonged to Amora. Days after the murder, Milam's sister visited him in jail, and that night told their aunt that she needed to go to Milam's trailer because he had instructed her to remove evidence from underneath it. The aunt called the police, who immediately obtained a search warrant. During a search under the trailer, they found a pipe key inside a clear plastic bag that had been pushed through a hole in the main bathroom floor. Forensic analysis revealed traces of Astroglide on the pipe key, on Amora's diaper, and on the diapers and wipes collected from the trailer. The medical examiner described Amora's injuries as the most brutal case he had ever seen in his career. The child had been severely beaten, strangled, sexually mutilated, and had 24 human bite marks covering her entire body. The pathologist testified at trial that he could not determine a specific cause of death because the child had so many potentially fatal injuries. Milam also confessed to a nurse after his arrest. According to records, Carson later told investigators that Milam had told her Amora was possessed by a demon because God was tired of her lying to Milam. The case received so much attention that the trial had to be moved 140 miles south to Montgomery County to ensure a fair process. Milam was tried separately from Jessica Carson and, on June 11, 2010, at age 20, was found guilty of capital murder and sentenced to death. Carson, although the child's biological mother, was considered an accomplice and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. During the trial, Milam's defense presented evidence of intellectual disability, which, under Atkins v. Virginia, would make him ineligible for the death penalty. However, the jury rejected this claim. Milam had only completed up to the 4th grade and had no prior criminal record. Milam received 2 execution stays in 2019 and 2021, while his appeals were resolved, but all were denied after he was declared mentally competent for execution. Finally, on September 25, 2025, Blaine Keith Milam was executed at the Huntsville State Penitentiary by lethal injection and pronounced dead at 6:45 p.m. Interestingly, according to reports, Milam did have a special last meal, even though Texas normally only allows the standard prison menu. His final meal consisted of a cheeseburger, baked fries, green beans, pinto beans, sandwich bread, scrambled eggs, homemade gravy, a sausage burger, pears, cookies, tea, and water. Tied to the gurney, he was asked if he wanted to say any last words. Milam responded yes and spoke aloud from the death chamber. "If any of you wish to see me again, I implore you all, no matter who you are, to accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, and we will meet again. I love you all. Take me home, Jesus." He also left a written statement, which would serve as his true final words. "I want to especially thank everyone for their kindness, compassion, empathy, love, support, and for believing in me. Thank you for everything you have done. I also want to thank the TDCJ chaplaincy directors for opening the faith program on death row and allowing me to be accepted to find Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior." While this was happening, his lawyers filed a last-minute appeal in an attempt to save him. However, the Supreme Court did not block his execution. According to reports, after the lethal injection was administered, Milam moved backward and complained for approximately 15 minutes until he was pronounced dead by the prison doctor.
She was a great little girl. She was beautiful. She was beautiful. Wasn't walking yet, but she was beautiful. Her first words were "Daddy."
And you were not even the biological father, but you were daddy for her.
Yes, sir.
That was the first thing she ever said.
Yes, sir.
Can you still see her face when she said that?
Yes, sir. I miss her. There ain't nothing I can do.
And you loved her.
I did. I loved her and Jessica.
That was a joke.
Look at Mom.
Oh.
I mean, you don't know how it happened. They wouldn't let it into trial, but she thought she was possessed by a demon, in case you didn't know.
How is it possible that such an angelic little girl, a toddler, is being possessed by Satan, by demons? How do you know? How does it happen?
Jessica thought the cat was possessed by the demon. I don't know how it happens.
Jeffrey Todd West, State, Alabama. On the night of March 27th, 1997, stretching into the early hours of the 28th, Jeffrey Todd West drove to the Harold's Chevron gas station, accompanied by his 17-year-old girlfriend, Amy Pierce. He knew the place well, having previously worked at the convenience store, which gave him an advantage in planning the robbery. According to court records, West had told others of his intention to rob the Chevron and leave no witnesses, even saying he would kill anyone he found there. The victim was Margaret Berry, a 33-year-old mother of two who had only been working at the gas station for a few days when the tragedy occurred. West entered armed with a .45 caliber pistol and forced Berry to hand over the money, about $250 kept in a cookie tin behind the counter. Moments later, Berry was forced to lie on the floor and was shot in the back of the head while lying face down, causing nearly instantaneous death. The police investigation began just hours after the body was discovered. Investigators had a starting point when Donna Mitchell, a gas station employee, reported seeing Jeffrey West and Scott Huey in the store within 24 to 48 hours before the robbery. This testimony was crucial in directing the investigation toward West. Amy Pierce, West's 17-year-old girlfriend at the time, became a key witness for the prosecution. Initially arrested as an accomplice, she agreed to testify against him in exchange for a reduced sentence of 35 years in prison. During the investigation, letters West had sent her from prison were uncovered, many with sections erased by Pierce, later recovered by forensic experts. Jeffrey Todd West's trial began on June 1st, 1999, in the Etowah County Circuit Court. He had court-appointed attorneys, and the prosecution presented a strong case based on the autopsy, Pierce's testimony, and the analysis of West's letters. In a controversial decision, the court ordered West to wear an electric shock belt throughout the trial, delivering shocks over 50,000 volts in each test in front of him. On June 1st, 1999, West was found guilty of capital murder during a robbery. His attorneys did not present witnesses or mitigating evidence, and the jury voted 10-2 in favor of the death penalty. On July 7, 1999, Judge William Cardwell formally sentenced West to death, acknowledging the difficulty of ordering the execution of such a young man, but noting that the murder had been clearly deliberate and intentional, executed in an execution-style manner. West spent more than 26 years on Alabama's death row. In a phone interview before his scheduled execution, he expressed remorse. "Not a day goes by that I don't wish I could change what I did. I replay that day in my head, wishing I had turned around and walked away. I wish I could switch places so it would be me, not her." In 2018, when Alabama allowed death row inmates to choose their method of execution, Jeffrey Todd West opted for the controversial nitrogen hypoxia. At that time, the state had not yet developed a protocol for its application, and it was uncertain whether experts would consider this method one of the most painful and torturous. In January 2024, Alabama carried out the first execution by this method with Kenneth Eugene Smith. During the procedure, Smith visibly struggled to breathe for several minutes, which was widely criticized as a form of torture. Since then, the number of inmates choosing nitrogen hypoxia has decreased significantly. Will Berry, the victim's son, who was 11 when his mother was killed, publicly opposed Jeffrey Todd West's execution. He argued that the death penalty would not bring back his mother and would only increase his family's pain. Over time, through his faith, he said he found a new perspective and even forgave West. Berry sent letters to Governor Kay Ivey and participated in vigils against the death penalty, requesting that the sentence be commuted to life imprisonment. However, Ivey responded that Alabama law mandates the death penalty for the most heinous crimes. Finally, Jeffrey Todd West was executed on September 25, 2025 at 6:15 p.m. at the William C. Holman Correctional Facility in Atmore, Alabama. He was 50 years old at the time of his death. West was strapped to a gurney with restraints on his chest, wrists, and legs. A clear gas mask with blue edges covering his entire face was placed on him, connected to a hose supplying pure nitrogen. The gas replaced breathable oxygen, causing death by asphyxiation. Although authorities claimed the method would cause unconsciousness within seconds, West convulsed and shook violently for 4 minutes before being pronounced dead at 6:15 p.m., becoming the 5th person to die by this method since Alabama implemented it in 2024. The day before his death, he received visits from 8 family members who spent his final hours with him. For his last meal, the prison granted him $20 to spend on a special request, and West chose chicken quesadillas. When the moment arrived, the prison warden asked if he had any last words. West simply replied, "No, sir." Strapped to the gurney with a blue-rimmed gas mask covering his face, he gave a thumbs-up gesture toward his attorney. The execution began at 5:56 p.m. Witnesses reported that West kept his eyes open, swallowing hard and struggling to breathe during the first few minutes. His head rocked from side to side, his left fist clenched, and he appeared to foam slightly at the mouth. At 6:01, he began breathing slowly with long pauses until he became motionless shortly after 6:07. Finally, he was pronounced dead at 6:22 p.m. In a final statement released through his attorney, West said, "I privately apologize to the family of Margaret Parrish Berry, and I am honored by the forgiveness given to me by her son, Will." He also added that earlier this year he was baptized in the Catholic Church and that he was at peace because he knew where he was going. Victor Tony Jones, State, Florida. On September 30th, 2025, after spending more than 32 years on death row, Victor Tony Jones was executed by lethal injection in the execution chamber of a Florida state prison. It was the final hours of December 19th, 1990 in Miami-Dade, Florida. Victor was 29 years old, but his life was already irreparably broken. He had grown up in poverty, abandoned by his mother at a young age and raised by relatives. During his adolescence, he spent time at the Florida School for Boys in Okeechobee, a reform school notorious for the physical, psychological, and sexual abuse inflicted on minors. There, Jones endured physical torture, assaults by older inmates, beatings with leather straps, and long periods in solitary confinement. That night in 1990, Victor had a plan that would change multiple lives forever. His path was no accident. He was heading to Nestor Engineering, a small engineering firm in the Wynwood neighborhood. Victor had only started working there the day before. He knew the place, had observed the schedules, and knew the elderly couple who owned the business were generous with their employees. But his intentions were far from gratitude or loyalty. He had a different plan in mind. Jacob Nestor, 67, and his wife Matilda Nestor, 66, were Jewish immigrants who had moved to Miami from Brooklyn. Jacob was a World War II veteran, an inventor with 17 registered patents, and a man known in the neighborhood for his kindness toward those in need. He had married Dolly, his high school sweetheart, just before leaving for the European front. They had 2 children, Michael Nestor, who would later become a hero during the September 11th attacks, and Irene Fisher. It was a loving family. Jacob and Matilda were happily married and deeply in love. The Nestors had a habit of hiring people in vulnerable situations, paying them daily without asking too many questions about their backgrounds. They offered work purely out of kindness. This is how Victor came to be employed there. Victor entered the business with a clear plan: to steal money, targeting a family of considerable means. When Dolly headed to the bathroom at the back of the building, he silently approached from behind and stabbed her at the base of her neck with a knife. The wound was devastating, It severed her aorta, causing massive bleeding. Hearing the attack, Jacob rushed out of the main office to defend his wife, but Victor confronted him and stabbed him directly in the chest, piercing his heart. Yet Jacob Nestor was not a man to give up easily. Despite being mortally wounded, the war veteran managed to retreat to his office, where he kept a .22 caliber pistol. For approximately 20 to 25 minutes, according to later testimonies, Jacob struggled against Victor while losing blood. In that desperate moment, his intentions were clear: to defend his wife to the very end. Finally, Jacob managed to grab his gun and fired 5 shots at Victor. One of the bullets struck Victor squarely in the forehead, a wound that should have been fatal, but miraculously, it did not kill him. A UPS driver making a routine delivery discovered the crime scene. When paramedics and police arrived, they found Jacob and Dolly Nestor dead. Jacob was sitting on the sofa with his wife's purse in his lap and a bottle of whiskey nearby. Victor Jones was slumped on a sofa in the main office, conscious but gravely injured. 2 lives had been ended for just a few $100s, yet the police were not far behind. The investigation moved quickly, and Victor was found agonizing with cash, keys, credit cards, and personal belongings of both victims in his pockets, confirming the motive of robbery. Victor was rushed to the hospital for treatment of his gunshot wound and made incriminating statements. He confessed to a nurse that he had killed the couple because they owed him money. Authorities and the family found this claim unbelievable, as the Nestors were well known for helping people in need. Prosecutors would later say the case was essentially solved immediately. Physical evidence, Victor's own statements, and the clear motive provided detectives with everything they needed. Victor was arrested at once, but it took time for him to stand trial. In February 1993, the judicial process finally began. By then, the state had compiled a mountain of evidence, including Victor's hospital confessions and physical evidence directly linking him to the crime. On February 1st, 1993, the jury found Victor guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder and 2 counts of armed robbery. That same afternoon, the sentencing phase began. The jury had to decide: life imprisonment without parole or the death penalty. Victor's attorneys tried to present mitigating evidence regarding his difficult childhood and the abuse he suffered at the reform school. But in 1993, this information was not fully recognized by the state. The jury recommended the death penalty for both murders, for Dolly Nestor's death by a 10-2 margin, and for Jacob Nestor's death unanimously. A month later, on March 1st, 1993, the judge reviewed the case and agreed. Victor was sentenced to die. The court cited clear aggravating factors. The murders were committed during a robbery, and he had killed innocent people for money. His relative youth was considered a mitigating factor, but ultimately, it did not matter. The brutality of the crime outweighed everything else. Although he had been sentenced to death, Victor probably did not expect that more than 3 decades would pass before the sentence was finally carried out. Over the years, he filed appeal after appeal seeking a way out, claiming intellectual disability and trauma from the institutional abuse he suffered in his youth. In 2024, in an unexpected turn, Florida officially recognized the systematic abuse in reform schools where Victor had spent his childhood. In January 2025, the Florida Attorney General's office sent Victor a letter formally acknowledging that he had been a victim of institutional abuse, and in July, they deposited financial compensation into his prison account. Despite this, his conviction and death sentence remained in place. Meanwhile, after 32 years on death row, Victor's time was running out. A date was finally set: September 30th, 2025. The legal battles had ended, and the state was preparing to carry out the sentence. Mikal Nestor, a 9/11 hero, had passed away in 2020 from brain cancer, believed to be related to inhaling toxic substances present in the dust of Ground Zero. Throughout his life, he carried the pain of having lost his parents and the wish to witness the execution of their killer. It is remarkable how different people's lives can be. Victor, a murderer who took the lives of a married couple, and in contrast, Michael Nestor, their son, who became a hero during one of the greatest tragedies in history, saving many lives. During his lifetime, Michael wrote 2 books recounting his experiences. Since Michael could no longer be present, and because of the profound loss experienced by the family, many surviving relatives decided to attend Victor's execution, including his sister. Irene Fisher, now 76 years old, had carried that wound for 35 years. She was old enough when the crime occurred to understand what had happened, and the weight of that tragedy had followed her for decades. She had witnessed how every headline, every hearing, and every appeal focused on Victor. Now, with the execution scheduled for September 30th, Irene surprised many by publicly declaring, "Yes, I forgive him. I forgive him because it is." On August 29th, 2025, Governor Ron DeSantis signed the execution order, setting the date for September 30th, 2025. The clock kept ticking and the state moved forward with the scheduled execution. Finally, Victor Tony Jones was executed on September 30th, 2025, at 6:13 p.m. at Florida State Prison near Stark, becoming the 13th execution of the year in the state and setting a historic record. That day, he woke up at 4:30 a.m., met with a spiritual advisor, and received no other visitors, remaining cooperative throughout, according to officials. His last meal consisted of fried chicken, collard greens, and sweet tea. Already strapped to the gurney and about to receive the lethal injection, he was asked if he had any final words, to which he simply replied, "No, sir." The execution was carried out by lethal injection using the standard 3-drug protocol, with no complications, according to Governor's spokesperson, Alex Lanfranconi.
Roy Lee Ward, State, Indiana. In the quiet town of Dale, Indiana, everything changed on July 11, 2001. That afternoon, 29-year-old Roy Lee Ward arrived at the Payne family home, claiming he was looking for a lost dog. Stacy Payne, a 15-year-old honors student and cheerleader at Heritage Hills High School, opened the door. What happened next would forever shake a rural community of just 1,500 residents. Stacy Payne was an exemplary student who was about to start her sophomore year at Heritage Hills High School. She was a member of the student council, made the honor roll, and was actively involved in several extracurricular activities. She played the flute in the school band and was a cheerleader for the football team. During the summer, she also taught arts and crafts at her church's Sunday school. Despite her young age, she was very hardworking. She had recently gotten a job at Jenks Pizza after writing an impressive letter to the owners at the start of the summer, which earned her the position immediately. But this invaluable young woman would soon come face to face with a monster in human form. Around 12:30 p.m. on July 11, 2001, Roy Ward arrived at the Payne family's residence. According to police reports, he pretended to be searching for a lost dog in order to gain the trust of 15-year-old Stacy Payne and convince her to let him into the house, while her younger sister Melissa, age 14, was sleeping upstairs. Although Stacy was wary and spoke with him briefly, Ward eventually forced his way inside, cut the phone lines, and attacked her brutally. Ward tied Stacy up and assaulted her with a knife and a 5-pound dumbbell, inflicting 18 blunt force wounds. During the sexual assault, he slashed her throat down to the trachea, larynx, and vocal cords, leaving her barely able to breathe and unable to speak. But the horrors didn't end there. Ward made a 24.5-inch circumferential wound around her abdomen that practically... Melissa woke up to the desperate screams of her sister. From the top of the stairs, she saw Ward on top of Stacy as Stacy screamed and begged him to stop. Melissa ran to her parents' bedroom, called 911, and hid in a closet while listening to her sister plead, "Please, stop." During the 911 call, dispatchers could hear a young girl screaming in the background. Matt Keller, the sheriff of the town of Dale, was at Heritage Hills High School discussing security measures for the upcoming fall festival when he was dispatched to the Payne residence. Initially, the call was described as, "A man who shouldn't be in the house is inside the house." But halfway there, Keller had a gut feeling that this wasn't going to be an ordinary call. When Keller arrived at the scene and opened the door, he made direct eye contact with Roy Lee Ward, who was standing in the doorway, covered in blood and holding a knife. Keller drew his gun and ordered him multiple times to get on the ground. "I ordered him to get down. The second time he said, 'I didn't do anything.' And after the third command, he finally went down, right there in the doorway," Keller later recalled. After handcuffing Ward, Keller discovered Stacy lying on the kitchen floor, naked from the waist down, conscious but unable to speak due to the deep wounds to her throat. Her body was motionless, barely clinging to life, but she could still nod in response to questions. When the sheriff tried to ask what had happened, she could only move her head. An ambulance rushed her to the hospital, but the extent of her injuries was almost beyond comprehension. She had suffered brutal wounds and showed clear signs of sexual assault. Later testing confirmed it. Stacy's DNA was found on Roy's genitals. The local hospital wasn't equipped to handle such severe injuries, so she was airlifted to the University of Louisville Hospital, fighting to stay alive. She arrived still breathing, but not for long. Only 5 hours after Ward broke into her home, Stacy passed away. One of the most heartbreaking details of the case is that she remained conscious and aware throughout the attack and during her final hours, enduring the unimaginable pain inflicted by Roy Lee Ward. Roy Lee Ward had a lengthy criminal record that began in his youth and spanned 3 states, Indiana, Kentucky, and Missouri. As a juvenile, he was arrested for public indecency and harassment. His adult criminal record began in 1990 and included multiple convictions for assault, theft, burglary, forgery, drug offenses, and numerous crimes related to indecent exposure and lewd conduct. During the first trial in 2002, a clinical psychologist testified that Ward had been exposing himself in public since around the age of 10. Court records revealed that between 1992 and 2001, Ward had accumulated multiple charges for indecent exposure, lewd conduct, and theft, among others. Even his defense attorney acknowledged that authorities had suspected him in additional indecency reports in Perry County, Indiana, and Hancock County, Kentucky. Ward had been sentenced to the Department of Corrections multiple times and had been given several opportunities for community supervision, failing many of them. At the time of the 2001 crime, he was on probation for a burglary in Missouri. In February 2002, Ward filed a motion to change venue, arguing that public outrage, hostility, and prejudicial pretrial publicity made it impossible to receive a fair trial. Evidence presented at the hearing included several local and regional newspaper articles, as well as TV news stories that were graphic and detailed, but generally accurate. Many of those reports also mentioned Ward's prior criminal history, which would not have been admissible in court. However, the jury ultimately dismissed this concern. In December 2002, Ward was found guilty of murder, rape, and criminal deviant conduct, and he was sentenced to death. However, the Indiana Supreme Court overturned the conviction in 2004 and ordered a new trial, citing prejudicial pretrial publicity and the trial court's denial of the motion for a venue change. In the second trial in 2007, held in Vanderburgh County after both parties agreed to select the jury from Clay County, Ward pleaded guilty to the charges of rape and murder. The jury once again sentenced him to death, and the court upheld that sentence. For more than 2 decades, Ward's case wound its way through the courts. The U.S. Supreme Court declined to review it in 2017. In 2019, Ward filed a lawsuit against the state of Indiana, seeking to halt all pending executions. Ward's institutional behavior reflected many of the same problems he had while free. He received 14 conduct reports during his incarceration, including sexual misconduct, possession of a controlled substance, and assault on another inmate. Ward chose not to testify during his clemency hearing. In a sworn statement dated September 17th, he cited a learning disability and speech impairment that made it difficult for him to express himself clearly. He said he declined an interview with the parole board because, due to my learning disability and speech impediment, the messages I intend to convey are sometimes difficult to express accurately. In September 2025, the Indiana Parole Board unanimously recommended that Governor Mike Braun deny Ward's clemency request. Governor Braun followed that recommendation and rejected the petition. In October 2025, Ward withdrew his final federal appeals, clearing the way for his execution. The day of execution finally arrived. On October 10, 2025 at 12:33 a.m., Roy Lee Ward was executed by lethal injection at the Indiana State Prison in Michigan City. He was 53 years old. The process began shortly after midnight, and Ward was pronounced dead 33 minutes later. 10 hours earlier, he had been offered his last meal. Roy Ward chose Texas Corral as his final meal selection, ordering a hamburger, a steak melt sandwich, French fries, a baked potato with butter, 12 fried shrimp, a sweet potato, chicken Alfredo, and breadsticks. Bound to the gurney and moments away from execution, Ward was asked if he had any final words. He replied, "Brian will read them," referring to his spiritual advisor, Deacon Brian Nosebush. The spiritual advisor opened the letter and read, "Stacy Payne was full of life and had a bright future. I took that from her and her family. I wish I could go back and change things, but I cannot. I hate myself for what I did. If I could take away all the pain I caused Stacy and her family, I would. There is no excuse. I also hurt my own family. I wish I could take that away. I have asked God for forgiveness, though I feel I do not deserve it and cannot forgive myself. I hope my execution brings some peace to Stacy's family. During my incarceration, I have tried to become a better person, and I hope I have not failed. I have accepted God and believe His words are guidance for my life. I hope God accompanies me on this next journey. I want to thank people again for being respectful to my parents while they were alive and for not holding a grudge for what I did. I love my family and friends and want to thank them for helping and supporting me." After the letter was read, the execution proceeded. Ward was administered a lethal dose of pentobarbital following Indiana's single drug protocol. He became the third person executed in Indiana since the state resumed executions in 2024 after a 15-year hiatus. No signs of suffering were reported during the procedure, which lasted approximately 33 minutes from the start of the process until the official time of death. More than 2 decades after Stacy Payne's murder, her family remains marked by grief. Her mother, Julie Winninger, counts every day since the tragedy and has petitioned for justice before the parole board, mourning the life her daughter never had. Stacy's father still lives in the home where the crime occurred, surrounded by memories, though he chose not to attend Ward's execution. For investigators like Matt Keller, the execution represents the closure of a long and painful process. Samuel Lee Smithers, State, Florida. Samuel Lee Smithers was, quite literally, a demon disguised as a saint. To everyone's eyes, he was a deeply religious man, but behind that facade lurked a disturbing darkness. He was born in Tennessee into a very devout family, and his mother, a deeply faithful woman, raised him in a strictly religious environment. 15 years before committing the crime that would land him on death row in 1979, Smithers, then 26 years old, was ordained as a full deacon at East Ridge Baptist Church near Chattanooga, Tennessee. His supposed devotion made him seem like a model of virtue, but for him, being admired as a man of faith was not enough. Deep down, he craved more recognition. Soon after, a series of mysterious fires began occurring near the areas where he performed his religious duties. Curiously, Samuel had volunteered for the fire department shortly before the fires began. At each incident, he was the one raising the alarm and quickly appearing at the scene, helmet and boots on, pretending to be a hero. When investigators confronted him, Smithers ultimately confessed he had started the fires himself, all to be seen as a savior. The community, horrified, completely rejected him, and the admiration he had once received vanished. Humiliated and cast out, Samuel decided to leave the area. Thus, in the 1980s, Samuel Lee Smithers moved to Plant City, Florida, determined to start a new life. There, he built a seemingly respectable existence. He married, adopted a child named Jonathan, and, faithful to his image as a pious man, became a deacon once again, this time at the local First Baptist Church. He worked as an electrician at Burrell Electric, located on North Nebraska Avenue in Tampa. His colleagues described him as a quiet man, with simple manners, deeply religious, and with a marked rural air. He never raised his voice and never uttered a bad word. He lived with his wife and son in a modest 2-story house right next to Plant City High School. Everything in his life seemed perfectly in order, or at least that's what everyone believed. However, Samuel Lee Smithers led a disturbing double life. Behind his facade of a man of God and exemplary father, he hid a troubling sexual compulsion that even his marriage could not satisfy. Taking advantage of his position as a custodian at the First Baptist Church, Smithers offered favors to several women in exchange for altering their community service hours. His obsession was so intense that, according to reports, he could engage in sexual activity up to 6 times a day. At night, he frequented an area known as The Stroll, a 16-block stretch along the busy East Hillsborough Avenue in downtown Tampa. It was a place filled with rundown motels, pawn shops, and used car lots, a spot where prostitution was part of the everyday landscape. A year before the murders, Smithers resigned from his position as a church custodian after being accused of offering to falsify a woman's community service hours in exchange for sexual favors. Still, he retained his role as a deacon and continued to be seen by many as a trustworthy neighbor and a respectable man within the community. During his time as an active church member, Samuel Lee Smithers met Marion Whitehurst, an elementary school teacher who attended the same church and was a friend of his wife. In 1995, Whitehurst asked Smithers to take care of the lawn at one of her properties, a vacant house on a 27-acre lot, surrounded by 3 ponds and protected by a fence with a gate at the front. She gave him a key to access the grounds, but not to the house itself. No one could have imagined that this peaceful place would later become the scene of his most heinous crimes. The first murder occurred on May 12, 1996. That day, Smithers encountered Denise Elaine Roach, a 24-year-old woman, mother of 2 daughters, known on the streets of Tampa by the nickname New York. She was a Jamaican prostitute who had struggled with addiction from a very young age and had multiple prior arrests for drug-related offenses. Smithers hired her services at a motel and took her to Whitehurst's property. According to his initial statement to the police, he claimed the death was an accident. He said he had argued with Roach, pushed her against a wall inside the house, and a piece of wood fell on her face. He alleged that when he returned the next day, he found her lifeless. But forensic evidence revealed a completely different story. Roach's body was found floating in one of the ponds in an advanced state of decomposition. Experts determined she had been there between 7 and 10 days. She had 2 cuts in her clothing caused by a sharp object, a fractured face and skull, 16 stab wounds, several penetrating the bone, and clear signs of manual strangulation. The coroner's report was unequivocal. Denise Roach died as a result of a combination of strangulation and multiple stab wounds. 16 days later, on May 28, 1996, Samuel Lee Smithers killed again. This time, the victim was Christy Elizabeth Cowan, a 31-year-old woman. In her youth, Christy had been an exemplary student with dreams of becoming a nurse, but life was not kind to her. Personal problems, addictions, and arrests for drugs and prostitution led her down a path she never escaped. She was a mother of 2, and according to those who knew her, she had a strong and defiant personality. She wasn't afraid to confront clients who refused to pay and sometimes even stole from them. A friend of Denise Roach, the first victim, reported seeing Christie get into a pickup truck with a Bad Boys sticker on the rear window shortly before her disappearance. That clue would prove crucial. Hillsborough County detectives reviewed surveillance footage and found a video showing Smithers and Cowan together at a convenience store. They bought potato chips and an orange Minute Maid drink. The video's timestamp was 6:19 p.m. on May 28, 1996. Forensic examination of Christie Cowan revealed a scene even more gruesome than the previous one. She had foam around her mouth, indicating she may have died from suffocation or drowning. She had an eye injury, a deep laceration under her lip, a severe blow to the jaw, an axe wound on the top of her skull that penetrated her brain, and another behind her ear. Additionally, there were clear signs of manual strangulation. On the evening of May 28, 1996, around 7 p.m., Marion Whitehurst decided to stop by her property. Upon arriving, she noticed the gate was locked, but she opened it and drove up to the house. In front of the garage, she saw Samuel Lee Smithers' pickup truck parked. Smithers was inside the garage, cleaning a long-handled axe. When Whitehurst asked what he was doing there, he calmly replied that he had returned to trim some tree branches. However, while they spoke, she noticed something that made her shiver: a pool of blood on the garage floor. Without losing his composure, Smithers assured her that it was probably some animal that had passed through and that he would take care of cleaning it up. Whitehurst pretended to believe him, but left with an unsettling feeling she couldn't ignore. On her way home, she remembered seeing drag marks in the grass, extending from the garage to one of the property's ponds. That night, driven by suspicion, she called the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Department. Hours later, Officer Skolnick arrived at the scene. The pool of blood had already been cleaned, but the drag marks remained, perfectly visible under the light of his flashlight. Investigators began a thorough search of the property. What they found in the murky pond water confirmed their worst fears. The bodies of Denise Roach and Christie Cowan were there, submerged, brutally beaten, strangled, and left to die. That same night, Samuel Lee Smithers was arrested. The man who had presented himself for years as a servant of God had turned out to be a ruthless murderer. When questioned by authorities, Samuel Lee Smithers tried to maintain his facade of innocence. He denied any involvement in the deaths of Denise Roach and Christie Cowan, claiming he had no idea how their bodies had ended up in the pond. But as the interrogation progressed, his story began to unravel. Eventually, he confessed. He stated that he had struck Christie Cowan with an axe during an argument over money, and believing her dead, dragged her by the feet to the pond and threw her in, still alive. He also admitted to having a confrontation with Denise Roach inside the house, claiming he pushed her against a wall and a piece of wood fell on her. He said that when he returned the next day, he found her lifeless. But his version did not match the brutal forensic evidence. The wounds, signs of strangulation, and the crime scene all pointed to uncontrolled violence far beyond an accident. During his 1998 trial, Smithers completely changed his story. On the stand, he claimed that everything was part of a blackmail and drug trafficking scheme. He alleged that an unknown man had threatened to show his wife a compromising photo if he didn't allow him to use the property for business. According to him, he received money in exchange for leaving the gate open and testified that he witnessed the murders but never participated directly. "I had never done anything like this before, but it was easy money," he told the jury. However, neither his tone nor his words were convincing. Prosecutors described him as a man leading a double life, a deacon and family man on the outside, but a cold, calculating predator when the lights went out. After just 90 minutes of deliberation, the jury had no doubts, guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder. During the sentencing phase, some of his family members spoke about the harsh childhood they had shared, marked by extreme religious upbringing and severe physical punishment. But even that was not enough to mitigate the severity of his crimes. The jury unanimously recommended the death penalty. Over the years, new suspicions arose. Investigators began to believe that Smithers may have been involved in other unsolved homicides, including that of Marcel Delano, a woman whose body was found in 1989 in a wooded area just 2.5 miles from the location where the bodies of Roach and Cowan would later be discovered. During 26 years on death row, Samuel Lee Smithers filed multiple appeals and federal habeas corpus petitions, all of which were denied by the respective courts. In his direct appeal, the Florida Supreme Court upheld his convictions and sentences. In September 2025, after Governor Ron DeSantis signed the execution order, Smithers filed a post-conviction motion claiming that executing him at age 72 would constitute cruel and unusual punishment due to his advanced age. His attorneys argued that executing an elderly person violated the Constitution and lacked a legitimate penal purpose. A physician who evaluated Smithers for 5 hours on September 18th noted significant deterioration in his IQ and verbal comprehension. Despite these arguments, the Florida Supreme Court dismissed the motion on October 7, 2025, ruling that the claim was untimely and procedurally barred under Florida criminal procedure. The court held that, according to U.S. Supreme Court precedent, there is no categorical exemption from execution based solely on a convict's advanced age. The long-awaited day finally arrived. Samuel Lee Smithers, Jr. was executed on October 14, 2025, by lethal injection at the Florida State Prison near Stark at 6 p.m. He was 72 years old at the time of his death, making him the oldest person ever executed in modern Florida history. This marked the 14th execution in Florida in 2025, setting a record for the highest number of executions in a single year in the state. Bound to the gurney and moments away from execution, when asked if he had any final statement, Smithers said, "No, sir." The execution proceeded without reported complications. Smithers was officially declared dead shortly after 6:15 p.m., and no signs of distress were documented during the lethal injection procedure. For those who want to explore the case of Samuel Lee Smithers further, there are 2 books on the subject. One of them is Deacon of Death, Sam Smithers, The Serial Killer Next Door, by author Fred Rosen. Based on exclusive interviews with Smithers' wife, who described her husband as a devoted father and husband, Rosen examines how a man raised in a deeply religious home in Tennessee and seen as a man of God could commit such horrific crimes. Lance Colin Shockley, State, Missouri. It all began on the night of November 26, 2004, when 27-year-old Shockley decided to go for a drive with Jeffrey Bayless, his sister-in-law's fiancé. The two were good friends who enjoyed spending time together, and that night, Jeffrey allowed Lance to drive his truck as they cruised through the roads of Van Buren, Missouri. Between laughter, drinks, and jokes, everything seemed peaceful, until everything changed in seconds. Shockley lost control of the vehicle and violently crashed into a ditch. When he regained consciousness, he saw Jeffrey dying inside the truck. In a panic, he walked to the nearest house, that of Ivy and Paul Napier, and told them there had been an accident, asking for help. Ivy noticed blood on Lance's hands, and Paul decided to accompany him back to the scene. When they arrived, they found Jeffrey Bayless dead. Moments later, Shockley called his wife from the Napier's house, but before officers arrived, he fled the scene. When Missouri State Highway Patrol officers reached the crash site, they found beer cans and a bottle of tequila inside the truck, along with bloodstains on the outside of the vehicle. The case was assigned to Sergeant Carl Dwayne Graham, Jr., a veteran investigator with more than 12 years of service. That same night, Graham went to Shockley's home to question him, but Shockley denied any involvement in the accident. He insisted he hadn't been with Jeffrey that night, that he had gone driving alone. But something didn't add up. When police interviewed Ivy and Paul Napier, both claimed they had only heard the crash but hadn't seen anyone at the scene except for Jeffrey Bayless's body. Their statements were confusing and contradictory, but Sergeant Graham suspected there was much more behind the story. 4 months after the crash, in March 2005, the investigation took a decisive turn. Sergeant Graham visited Ivy Napier at her workplace and used a pressure tactic. He falsely told her that Lance Shockley had confessed to being involved in the accident. Surprised by this supposed confession, Ivy revealed that yes, she had indeed seen Shockley at her house the night of the crash, asking for help after the wreck. That same afternoon, Ivy called Shockley to ask why he had told police he was there. Shockley denied saying anything and assured her that he hadn't been questioned again, making it clear he had never admitted anything to Graham. Later, on March 19, 2005, Cindy Chilton, the mother of Jeffrey Bayless's fiancée, informed Shockley that Sergeant Graham wanted to speak with her about the crash. Angry, Shockley replied that she didn't have to talk to Graham. That same day, somehow, he obtained the sergeant's home address. The next day, March 20th, 2005, at around 12:20 p.m., Shockley borrowed his grandmother's red 1995 Pontiac Grand Am, distinguished by a bright yellow sticker on the trunk, and drove off. Between 1:45 p.m. and 4:15 p.m., several witnesses reported seeing a red Grand Am parked on the wrong side of the road, just a few hundred yards from Sergeant Graham's residence. At 4:03 p.m., Sergeant Graham returned home, backed his patrol car into the driveway, and radioed in to report the end of his shift. As he stepped out of his vehicle, he was ambushed from behind. Shockley shot him with a high-powered rifle. The bullet pierced Graham's bulletproof vest, severing his spinal cord at the neck and instantly paralyzing him. As he fell, he suffered skull and rib fractures. While Graham was still alive on the ground, Shockley approached and fired 2 more shotgun blasts, one to the face and another to the shoulder, before fleeing the scene. Neighbors, alarmed by the gunfire, called the police. Graham's body was discovered around 5:15 p.m. Shockley returned the Grand Am to his grandmother between 4:15 p.m. and 4:30 p.m. that same day. Investigators determined that the drive between his grandmother's home and the spot where the Grand Am had been seen took about 18 minutes, consistent with the timeline of events. That night, Missouri State Highway Patrol officers, accompanied by SWAT members, went to Shockley's home to question him. He refused to cooperate, claiming he was busy. When investigators confronted him in person, he stood by his refusal and said he had spent the day working at home with his neighbor, Sylvan Duncan. The next day, questioned outside his workplace, he repeated the same alibi. He claimed he had visited several relatives, spent time at his grandmother's house, and watched from her living room as his neighbor moved some bushes. He also admitted he knew Sergeant Graham was investigating him for the truck accident and, without being prompted, stated that he didn't know where Graham lived. Before the interview ended, he warned them in a threatening tone. "Don't come back to my house without a search warrant, because if you do, there's going to be trouble, and someone's going to get shot." Later that same day, Lance Shockley visited his grandmother and asked her to lie for him. He told her that if police questioned her, she should say he had been home all day when Sergeant Graham was killed. His grandmother refused, and Shockley reacted with anger. He threatened to kill her, placed a finger to her lips, and ordered in a low voice, "I was home all day." As part of the investigation, police arrested Shockley on March 23, 2005, for leaving the scene of the car accident that occurred on November 26, 2004, the same crash in which Jeffrey Bayless had died. A few days later, on March 29th, the state formally charged him with leaving the scene of an accident, armed criminal action, and first-degree murder for the death of Sergeant Carl Graham, announcing its intention to seek the death penalty. Lance Shockley's trial began on March 22, 2009, in the Howell County Circuit Court, after the proceedings were moved out of Carter County due to the case's notoriety. During the trial, the prosecution argued that Shockley had a clear motive: to kill Sergeant Graham in order to stop the investigation that could send him to prison for the Bayless accident. The defense, on the other hand, claimed there was no direct evidence linking him to the crime and that the state's case was built entirely on speculation. And indeed, there was no direct physical evidence: no blood, no fingerprints, no DNA, no eyewitnesses, and no murder weapon recovered. The case rested solely on circumstantial ballistic evidence. Experts determined that the rifle bullet recovered from Sergeant Graham's body was a .22 to .24 caliber round, consistent with a .243 rifle. Similar bullet fragments were found on a property belonging to Shockley's uncle, which the state considered an incriminating coincidence. But even within the state's own forensic team, doubts emerged. One expert hired by the prosecution initially classified the ballistic findings as inconclusive, refusing to declare a definitive match. He later changed his statement under pressure and then retracted it once again sometime after. Despite the weakness of the case, on March 27, 2009, after just 3 hours of deliberation, the jury found Lance Collin Shockley guilty of first-degree murder. However, during the sentencing phase, the jury could not reach a unanimous decision. Some jurors voted for life imprisonment without parole, while others demanded the death penalty. Under Missouri law, when a jury fails to agree on punishment, the final decision rests with the judge. Thus, on May 22, 2009, Judge David Evans of the Carter County Court sentenced 32-year-old Lance Shockley to death. During his more than 16 years on death row, Shockley worked as a prison cobbler and embraced a deep religious faith. However, he never admitted guilt, maintaining until the end that he was innocent of Sergeant Graham's murder. Over the years, all of his appeals were denied, first by the Missouri Supreme Court, then by the Federal District Court, the Eighth Circuit Court of Appeals, and finally by the United States Supreme Court. On October 13, 2025, one day before his execution, Governor Mike Kehoe denied the clemency petition filed by his attorneys. After more than 16 years on death row, Lance Collin Shockley was executed on October 14, 2025 at 6 p.m. by lethal injection at the Eastern Reception, Diagnostic and Correctional Center in Bonne Terre, Missouri. He was 48 years old at the time of his death. It was the first execution carried out in Missouri in 2025 and the first under Governor Mike Kehoe's administration. At 6:13 p.m., the prison warden pronounced him dead. That day, Shockley woke up at 7 a.m. He showered, spoke with his spiritual advisors, and spent his final hours with his family and children, who were allowed to visit him before the execution. For his last meal, he asked for something simple. In addition to the regular prison menu, he requested peanut butter, 3 packets of oatmeal, water, and 2 sports drinks. At 6 p.m., the curtains to the execution chamber opened. Shockley lay strapped to the gurney, dressed in a white shirt and covered with a white sheet up to his chest. His head rested on a pillow as he looked toward the witness area, where several of his loved ones were seated. A woman among the witnesses appeared to speak to him from behind the soundproof glass. The two exchanged a few words. Shockley then nodded several times and murmured something that could not be heard. At 6:01 p.m., prison officials began administering the lethal drug cocktail. Witnesses observed as Shockley took a few deep breaths before resting his head back on the pillow. His breathing gradually slowed, then became shallow, and within 2 minutes, it stopped completely. He showed no signs of struggle or pain. He simply faded away. The curtains were briefly closed, and when they reopened, his body lay still. The procedure was over. According to the official prison transcript, Lance Shockley's final words were unclear, but were recorded verbatim as, "So you have now, will see again, your hearts, and one will your joy, you." Charles Ray Crawford. State, Mississippi. Back in 1991, at just 25 years old, Charles Ray Crawford already led a life marked by instability, petty theft, and drug abuse. He had no clear direction, wandering the streets of Mississippi and surviving by whatever means he could. His personal life reflected the same chaos. He had married young and was already separated from his wife. It was in this turbulent context that he committed his first major violent crime. One afternoon in April, Crawford encountered his ex-wife's younger sister, a 17-year-old, along with a friend. He offered to give them a ride, and the girls, assuming they were being taken home, agreed. Instead, he drove them to an abandoned house on the outskirts of Walnut, Mississippi. There, Crawford revealed his true nature. He pulled out a weapon, forced his ex-sister-in-law into the house, bound her hands with tape, and gagged her. He then brutally raped her, a cold, merciless act. When he tried to assault her friend, she resisted, so Crawford grabbed a hammer and attacked her savagely, eventually subduing her before fleeing the scene in haste. The young women survived and immediately called the police. Their testimonies, along with forensic evidence, quickly led to Crawford's arrest. He was charged with rape, assault, and kidnapping. However, despite the severity of his crimes and the clear danger he posed, the judicial system allowed him to remain free on bail. Once bail was posted, he awaited trial, scheduled for February 1993, a judicial decision that, just a few years later, would prove fatal for another innocent victim. On January 29, 1993, just 4 days before he was due to face justice for the previous charges, 26-year-old Charles Ray Crawford committed the crime that would seal his fate and ultimately send him to death row. That day, Christy Denise Ray, a 20-year-old college student born in Germany, went to the Sunburst Bank in Mississippi, where she worked alongside her mother while attending Northeast Mississippi Community College. Christy and her mother had planned to meet at home later that evening after work. Around 6:45 p.m., Mary Ray tried to call her daughter, but received no answer. She assumed Christy was with her boyfriend, Brian. However, when Mary arrived home around 7 p.m., she noticed Christy's car was missing. Upon entering the house, the first thing she saw was a ransom note on the table. "There will be a red flag somewhere on this block on Tuesday at midnight. $15,000 in a gym bag, or she dies. No police." The note was accompanied by a hand-drawn map. Crawford had broken into the house intending to steal, confident it would be empty. But when he unexpectedly found Christy at home, he changed his plan and kidnapped her. He forcibly took her to an abandoned barn where, instead of carrying out a simple ransom plan, he raped her and then stabbed her to death. Christy Ray was young, cheerful, and deeply loved by those around her. She always wore a genuine smile and had a generous spirit. She studied at Northeast Mississippi Community College and dreamed of continuing her education at Mississippi State University. Christy had a special passion for computers, was responsible, hardworking, and held 2 part-time jobs. She was also in a stable relationship with Brian Mathis. Her exemplary life, full of plans and potential, was tragically cut short that fateful night. On the same day, Crawford's family discovered a ransom note in their own attic, almost identical to the one he had left at the Ray household. Fearing that Crawford might be planning a kidnapping, his mother, wife, and grandfather alerted his attorney, William Fortier, and notified the police. After several hours of investigation, authorities were able to link Crawford to Christy's disappearance and arrested him the following day near his former father-in-law's house. At the time of his arrest, Crawford was carrying a double-barreled shotgun and an automatic knife. Initially, Crawford denied killing Christy Ray, claiming he had blacked out and only remembered parts of the crime, not the murder. He later admitted that he must have killed her and led police to the location where he had hidden her body under leaves in a wooded area near the abandoned barn. When officers found Christy, her hands were cuffed behind her back and tied to a cedar tree. A sock was stuffed in her mouth with a gag securing it, and her jeans were pulled down below her hips. The autopsy revealed that Christy died from a deep stab wound to the chest, which pierced her heart and left lung, causing massive internal and external bleeding. DNA evidence collected at the crime scene matched both Christy and Crawford. During his 1994 trial, Crawford attempted an insanity defense. A prison psychiatrist who had treated him testified that he suffered from depression and memory loss episodes. The psychiatrist also discussed Crawford's prior psychiatric hospitalizations, previous use of medication, and a 1989 diagnosis of bipolar disorder. However, a clinical psychologist called by the prosecution testified that there was no evidence Crawford had bipolar disorder and pointed out that his actions appeared premeditated and that he understood the difference between right and wrong. A second rebuttal witness, a forensic psychiatrist, stated that Crawford had been incorrectly diagnosed with psychogenic amnesia. On April 22, 1994, Crawford was found guilty by a Lafayette County jury of capital murder, sexual assault, burglary, and rape on all counts. The following day, April 23, 1994, he was sentenced to death after the jury unanimously recommended the death penalty. He also received life imprisonment without parole for the rape charge, as well as 15 and 30-year sentences for burglary and sexual assault, respectively. Additionally, Crawford was found guilty of the earlier rape he had committed prior to Christy Ray's murder and was sentenced to 46 years in prison for that crime. Over more than 3 decades, Crawford made numerous unsuccessful attempts to overturn his death sentence. In February 2014, the Mississippi Attorney General initially requested the state Supreme Court to schedule execution dates for Crawford and another inmate. However, on March 31, 2014, the Mississippi Supreme Court refused to authorize an execution order for Crawford, ruling that he had not yet exhausted all appeals related to his rape conviction, which was still pending. As a result, Crawford was temporarily spared from execution until the appeals process was complete. On November 26, 2024, Mississippi Attorney General Lynn Fitch filed a motion with the state Supreme Court requesting an execution date for Crawford, who had by then exhausted all appeals related to his death sentence. Crawford's attorneys opposed the scheduling, arguing that he had not yet exhausted appeals for his other rape conviction, for which a final appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court was planned. On June 3, 2025, one day after the U.S. Supreme Court denied Crawford's final appeal regarding his rape conviction, Fitch filed a renewed petition to set a new execution date for him. The day had finally come. On October 15, 2025, Charles Ray Crawford was executed by lethal injection at the Mississippi State Penitentiary in Parchman at 6 p.m. He woke at 7 a.m., calm and prepared to face the day. He spent his final hours with family members and a pastor of his choosing. At noon, he was offered his last meal, a double cheeseburger, French fries, peach pie, and chocolate ice cream, which he accepted quietly. Behind the glass, Crawford lay strapped to the gurney, covered with a white sheet that revealed only a small part of his red shirt. To his right stood Burl Kane, Commissioner of the Mississippi Department of Corrections, and to his left, Mark McClure, Regional Superintendent. 3 other MDOC officials were at his feet, including a woman with a stethoscope. McClure then asked for Crawford's final words. "To my family, I love you. I am at peace. I have the peace of God," Crawford said. To the victim's family, true peace and closure cannot be found without God. Thank you, God, for giving me the peace I have. At 6:02 p.m., Crawford received the first drug of the 3-drug protocol, swallowing with a barely noticeable gesture. His chest began to move rhythmically 2 minutes later. A man wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses approached to check his consciousness, pressing on his sternum before stating, "In my professional opinion, this man is unconscious." Between 6:06 and 6:10 p.m., Crawford's lips and mouth moved slightly, trembling once. At 6:11 p.m., all movement ceased. The room fell into an absolute silence. Finally, at 6:15 p.m., Charles Ray Crawford was pronounced dead. The curtain of Unit 17 slowly closed, marking the end of a life that had spent more than 3 decades under the shadow of death row. Richard Kenneth Jerf, State, Arizona. In January 1993, 23-year-old Richard Jerf met Albert Luna Jr. while both were working as night custodians at a Safeway supermarket in Phoenix, Arizona. Over time, they developed a friendship, though it was based on criminal activity. Together, they committed robberies and petty crimes. Jerf had told Albert that he had recently acquired some new electronic items. However, their relationship ended abruptly when Luna Jr. decided to rob Jerf's apartment. Among the stolen items were several electronic devices, including a television, a VCR, a stereo system, a cassette player, and an AK-47 assault rifle. Jerf reported the theft to the Phoenix police, naming Albert Luna Jr. as the main suspect. However, after months with no progress in the investigation and feeling ignored by the authorities, his frustration turned into deep rage. Determined to take justice into his own hands, Jerf began planning his revenge. What began as a simple theft of material possessions would ultimately trigger one of the most brutal and merciless crimes in Arizona's history. On September 14, 1993, approximately 9 months after the robbery, Jerf carried out his plan for revenge. Around 10 a.m., he arrived at the Luna family's home in West Phoenix, carrying artificial flowers in a vase as a pretext to enter the house. When Patricia Luna, 42 years old and mother of Albert Luna Jr., opened the door thinking she was receiving a floral delivery, Jerf violently forced his way in, brandishing a 9mm Beretta pistol. At that moment, only Patricia and her youngest son, Damien, aged 5, were at home. Jerf tied Patricia up with duct tape, initially allowing the child to move freely. Shortly thereafter, he took Damien hostage and forced Patricia to free herself so she could load various electronic items and valuables from the house into the family car. He then took them to the kitchen, where he tied them to chairs with rope and black electrical tape covering their mouths with gags. For hours, Jerf tormented Patricia with cruel questions, demanding to know whether she or her son and where her husband, Albert Luna Sr., was. The psychological suffering he caused her was devastating. Patricia remained immobilized, not knowing when her end would come, while watching in horror as her young son was helpless. Around 3 p.m., when 18-year-old Rochelle Luna returned home from school, Jerf turned his attention to her. He took her to his bedroom, where he gagged her with toilet paper and duct tape, tied her wrists to the bed, cut her clothes with a knife, and assaulted her. Rochelle suffered extremely serious injuries during the assault. After raping her, Jerf repeatedly stabbed her in the chest and slit her throat, killing her. He also inflicted multiple wounds to the back was still alive, and a superficial stab wound, probably post-mortem, to her right temple. In addition, Rochelle's earring had been torn through her earlobe. At some point, while she was still alive and gagged, Rochelle vomited behind the gag and aspirated the vomit, contributing to her agony. After the incident, Jerf returned to the kitchen and informed Patricia that he had raped and murdered her daughter. The unimaginable pain Patricia must have experienced upon hearing this news, while bound and helpless next to her 5-year-old son, is difficult to comprehend. Around 4 p.m., when Albert Luna Sr., 47, the father of the family, returned home from work, Jerf surprised him and, pointing a gun at him, forced him into his bedroom. There, he handcuffed him to the bed, ordered him to crawl on all fours, and then lie face down. Showing no mercy, Jerf repeatedly with an aluminum baseball bat, causing 3 deep lacerations that spattered blood throughout the room. The wounds were so severe that they alone could have been fatal. Convinced that Albert Sr. was already dead, Jerf removed his handcuffs, tied his hands and wrists with duct tape, and left him lying there, believing he would not survive. He then returned to the kitchen and told Patricia that he had killed her husband. Jerf then turned his cruelty on little Damien, who was only 5 years old. He tried to his head forcefully from behind, as he had seen in movies. He later confessed that he tried again and again, but nothing happened. When he failed, he decided to electrocute him. He cut the cord of a lamp, stripped the ends to expose the wires, and placed them on the boy's calf, securing them with duct tape. However, even that attempt failed. Despite his serious injuries, Albert Luna Sr., the father of the family, managed to free himself from the tape holding his wrists. Staggering from blood loss, he made his way to the kitchen and, in a final act of bravery, lunged at Jerf with a small knife, managing to seriously wound him.
I had the father restrained. He broke loose and came charging me and stabbed me, and then I pulled my gun and just started shooting.
So that made you even more angry?
Huh?
When he stabbed you?
I don't know what happened. I was just like, I got taken over to a new level or something like that.
Wounded and out of control, Jerf pulled a Beretta pistol from his belt and at Albert Sr. The father fell to the floor, collapsing at the feet of his wife and son, surrounded by a pool of blood. Jerf then turned to Patricia and asked her a heartbreaking question. Do you want to see your son, or would you rather have your son see you die? Without giving her a chance to answer, he raised his gun and shooted them both with point-blank shots to the head. Patricia and little Damien died instantly. Before leaving, Jerf doused the bodies and the entire house with gasoline in an attempt to destroy evidence of the crime. He lit 2 burners on the kitchen stove and placed an empty pizza box and a rag on top, hoping they would catch fire. However, the pizza box and rag never ignited, and the planned fire never materialized. Jerf fled in the Luna family car with the stolen property inside, driving back to his apartment where he met up with his girlfriend, Emily Boswell, around 6 p.m. He lied to her, telling her that he had been stabbed by 2 men who tried to rob him. He later went to the hospital where he was admitted for treatment of the knife wound Albert Sr. had inflicted on him during his brave attempt to defend his family.
Now, thinking about it after it happened, it was like watching a film or a movie or something like that. That's the only way I can really describe it.
How so? How so? How was it like a film?
It was just like I was watching myself do it.
Albert Luna Jr. hadn't returned home on the night of September 13th and didn't come back until 11:45 p.m. the following day, September 14th, the day the murders took place. Worried after many unanswered calls, he decided to go to the house himself. When he entered, he was met with an indescribable scene. The bodies of his parents and brother lay lifeless in the kitchen. Horrified, he ran outside and sought help from a neighbor, who immediately called the police.
Oh my God. He said his mom's face is all kicked up and he can smell gas, and his little brother's laying on the table.
The scene was so brutal that even the first officers on the scene, as well as the medical examiner in charge of the autopsies, were deeply shaken by what they witnessed. Ernie Britz, who took part in the investigation, said it was the most disturbing experience of his entire career. He mentioned that even the medical examiner, who performed most of the autopsies during which he was present, ended up crying. He stated that if anyone ever deserved the death penalty for their actions, it was Richard Jerf, whom he described as a true monster. The next day, on September 15th, when his girlfriend Emily Boswell visited him at the hospital, Jerf confessed that he had murdered 4 members of the Luna family and told her in detail how he had done it. He even remarked with chilling calmness that the blood gushing from one of his victims had been impressive and told her she should have been there. In the days that followed, Jerf continued bragging about the killings to several acquaintances, which eventually led one of them to alert the police. On September 18, 1993, Phoenix authorities searched his motel room, his car, and his apartment. There, they found evidence directly linking him to the crime: the murder weapon, a knife, rope, duct tape, and several items stolen from the Luna home. That same day, Richard Jerf was arrested. Richard Kenneth Jerf was born on November 6, 1969, and was often described as a loner. His childhood was filled with conflict, from stealing from his own father and others as a child, to physically assaulting classmates and engaging in various criminal acts. Although there was talk of a troubled family environment, the courts found no evidence that it directly influenced his behavior during the murders. Jerf was also known for his obsession with violent films, particularly so-called snuff movies, and often imitated the appearance and behavior of the killers he saw on screen. On October 29, 1993, while being held without bail, Richard Jerf attempted by with an improvised blade he had made using metal pieces from a Halloween greeting card he'd received. This attempt led authorities to order a psychiatric evaluation to determine whether he was mentally competent to represent himself in court. A grand jury formally indicted him on 4 counts of first-degree murder, as well as charges of robbery, kidnapping, sexual assault, aggravated assault, attempted arson, theft, and unlawful use of a prohibited weapon. Attorneys Michael Vaughn and Alan Simpson were appointed to represent him, and they served as his defense counsel for over a year throughout various court hearings. In February 1995, Jerf sent a letter to the judge expressing his frustration with his attorney's performance, alleging poor communication and a lack of interest in his case. He requested that both lawyers be removed and asked for permission to represent himself under Rule 11 law. During a subsequent hearing, the judge questioned him extensively to ensure he fully understood the consequences of waiving his right to legal counsel and the risks of representing himself in a case that could lead to the death penalty. Although his attorneys considered Jerf mentally competent, they warned him that acting on his own would be a grave mistake. Despite their recommendations, the judge determined that Jerf had knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily waived his right to an attorney and allowed him to represent himself. On August 16, 1995, Jerf reached a plea agreement with the state, pleading guilty to 4 counts of first-degree murder for the deaths of Albert Sr., Damien, Patricia, and Rochelle Luna, with no limits placed on sentencing for the murder charges. In exchange, the state agreed to drop the remaining non-capital charges. During the plea change hearing, the judge conducted a thorough examination and accepted Jerf's guilty pleas. Jerf believed that by pleading guilty, he might be less likely to receive the death penalty, even though Judge Michael Ryan warned him that capital punishment was still possible. That assumption would prove to be fatally wrong. The state presented its aggravating circumstances over the course of 5 days in October 1995. On May 22, 1996, after an extensive aggravation and mitigation hearing that included expert testimony and evidence concerning Jerf's mental health, the court issued its special verdict.
What if he says the death penalty?
I expect death penalty. That way, if I do get it, I won't be devastated.
The court sentenced Jerf to death for each of the 4 counts of first-degree murder. When the judge pronounced the multiple death sentences, Jerf mockingly remarked, "They can only kill me once." The judge who sentenced him in 1996 stated that Jerf had enjoyed the time he spent killing the Luna family as revenge against his friend for robbing his apartment. With 110 inmates on death row and following the execution of Aaron Gunches on March 19, 2025, speculation arose that Richard Jerf would be next in line to be executed. On May 22, 2025, exactly 29 years after he was first sentenced to death, the Office of Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays formally requested that a date be set for his execution. It was initially expected that Jerf would receive his death warrant on August 19, 2025, for a proposed execution date of October 9, 2025. However, on August 19th, the Arizona Supreme Court granted the warrant, scheduling Jerf's execution by lethal injection for October 17, 2025. On September 18, 2025, exactly 32 years and 4 days after his arrest, Jerf wrote a 3-page handwritten letter to the media in which he apologized for the murders and stated that he would not seek clemency from the state, regarding his upcoming execution. In his note, Jerf reaffirmed that he would not seek relief from the state's clemency board. He wrote, "If I can't find a reason to spare my own life, why should anyone else? I hope my death brings some peace." On September 14, 1993, I forced my way into the Luna family home and brutally murdered 4 innocent people in a cruel, heinous, and depraved manner, he wrote. Reflecting on his victims' names, he added, "How could I look at those names, think about who they were and who they could have become, and ask that my life be spared?" Jerf expressed remorse toward Albert Luna Jr., his former roommate, whom he called an innocent victim. "No part of what I did to his family or why was his fault," Jerf wrote. "I became consumed by a vengeful obsession over a trivial matter I held against him." Albert Luna Jr., the only surviving member of the family, has lived for 32 years with the trauma of discovering the bodies of his parents and siblings. The Associated Press was unable to locate contact information for Luna Jr. through phone listings, court records, or inquiries with legal representatives involved in the case, but he remains alive. Finally, the day of Richard Kenneth Jerf's execution arrived. On October 17, 2025, Richard woke up at 4 a.m. He took a shower, received a visit from a spiritual advisor, and spent his final hours in silence. His last meal had been offered the night before, a double hamburger with lettuce and tomato, fried onion rings with ketchup, and a slice of cherry pie with whipped cream. Before the procedure, he was given tranquilizers to ease his fear of execution. At 10 a.m., he was escorted to the execution chamber. At 10:34 a.m., officials began attempting to insert the intravenous line. After several minutes, the drug began to flow. The entire process lasted about 6 minutes, and at 10:40 a.m., his death was officially pronounced. Throughout the procedure, he remained silent, eyes closed. When given the chance to speak his final words, he said nothing. The execution proceeded without incident, aside from the initial delay in finding a suitable vein. The viewing room remained dark, with only a dim light illuminating the scene. There were no protests or public disturbances outside. Anthony Boyd, State, Alabama. On the afternoon of July 31, 1993, Anthony Todd Boyd, a 21-year-old with no significant criminal record, became involved in one of the most brutal crimes in Talladega County, Alabama, all over a debt of just $200. Around 5:30 p.m., Boyd was near some apartments in Anniston. From there, he contacted his group, with whom he had been selling drugs in the area for months. The group consisted of 4 young men who, despite their age, were already deeply involved in the drug trade. For weeks, they had been angry with an addict named Gregory Hughley, who owed them $200 for a cocaine purchase. That afternoon, they decided they had had enough. The group, Anthony Boyd, Glen, Sean Ingram, Marcel Ackles, and Quinte Cox, gathered with a single goal: to settle Hughley's debt. Cox brought along a Mac 11 automatic pistol, and together they got into a blue van rented by Ackles. With the weapon ready and anger boiling, they began driving through the streets of Anniston searching for Hughley. When they finally found him, it was Ingram who got out of the vehicle armed. He pointed the gun at Hughley and forced him into the van, while Hughley pleaded through tears, "Please, don't kill me." Without hesitation, they shoved him inside and drove off. Hughley begged for more time, promising he would pay his debt, but he had no money at that moment. His pleas went unanswered. After kidnapping him, the group stopped at a gas station, where Ackles bought gasoline in a plastic container. They then drove to a baseball field in Munford, a rural area of Talladega County. Between 7 and 8 p.m., as darkness began to fall, Ingram ordered Hughley to lie down on a bench. According to Quinte Cox, who would later become a key prosecution witness in exchange for a reduced sentence, Ackles tied Hughley's hands and mouth with duct tape while Boyd held his feet to the bench. Ingram then poured gasoline over Hughley's body, created a trail of fuel a few feet away, and ignited it with a match. The flames spread immediately. The group watched motionless for 10 to 15 minutes as Hughley burned alive, desperately trying to roll off the bench, until he finally stopped moving. Gregory Hughley's body was discovered the following day, on August 1st, 1993. It lay beneath a tree in the same Munford baseball field, completely burned. The scene was harrowing. Investigators were able to identify him through the fingerprints that remained on some of his fingers, confirming that it was indeed Gregory Hughley. Weeks after the murder, in September 1993, Talladega County authorities went to Boyd's home to question him. His younger brother Maurice, only 8 years old at the time, recalled how their mother begged Anthony not to speak with the police. But Boyd, confident he had nothing to hide, agreed to go voluntarily. He never returned home. Anthony Todd Boyd's trial began in March 1995 in Talladega County. The case was led by District Attorney Robert Rumsey. The key testimony came from Quinte Cox, one of Boyd's co-defendants, who signed an agreement with the prosecution to avoid the death penalty. Initially, Cox refused to testify, exercising his constitutional right, but Judge Jerry Fielding, DA Robert Rumsey, and even his own attorneys pressured him intensely. They warned that if he did not cooperate, he could face the electric chair. After long hours of hearings, Cox relented and agreed to testify against Boyd in exchange for a life sentence with the possibility of parole. Boyd was just 23 years old when he faced the jury. His defense attorney, public defender William Willingham, centered the defense on an alibi. Several witnesses claimed Boyd had attended a birthday party in Anniston on the night of July 31st, and then spent the night at a motel with his girlfriend. However, Willingham failed to call all available witnesses and did not thoroughly explore other lines of defense, leaving the case mired in doubt and disorganization. Rumsey, meanwhile, relied on Alabama's felony murder law, arguing that Boyd was equally responsible for Hughley's death, even if he hadn't lit the match himself. He explained to the jury with a simple analogy. In a bank robbery, if 3 people participate and one stays in the car while the other 2 go inside to commit the robbery, the driver is just as guilty as those who go in. After only 3 days of trial, the jury found Boyd guilty of capital murder during a kidnapping. The sentencing vote was 10-2 in favor of the death penalty. At that time, Alabama and Florida were the only states that allowed death sentences without a unanimous jury. With tears in his eyes, Boyd told the Anniston Star, "I will maintain my innocence until the day I die, which I suppose will be in the electric chair." The other participants faced very different fates. Sean Ingram, the only one armed, who dragged Hughley, poured gasoline, and set him on fire, was also sentenced to death. His jury voted 11-1 in favor of the death penalty, and he remains on Alabama's death row today. Marcel Ackles, who had rented the van and purchased the gasoline, was sentenced to life without parole. Quinte Cox, the prosecution's star witness and a key figure in Boyd's conviction, received life with the possibility of parole as part of his deal. He served only 16 years and was released in 2009. Notably, of all the criminals involved, Cox is the only one whose photo was removed from Alabama's prison database online. Anthony Todd Boyd spent more than 30 years on Alabama's death row at Holman Prison, steadfastly maintaining his innocence throughout. During his incarceration, he became a leader within Project Hope to abolish the death penalty, an organization founded and run by death row inmates in Alabama since 1989. His family never stopped fighting for him. His younger brother, Maurice, only 8 years old when Anthony was arrested, spent 3 decades defending him.
He didn't kill nobody. He did not. Please, can't somebody have compassion and not do this to him? If you could only know him, you would know he is not a bad person. And if anything happened, It was not his will, his fault, or anything.
Supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. But they already had tried and convicted him before he even went to trial. And it's not fair.
Boyd's appellate lawyers argued for years that the trial was rife with irregularities. They pointed out that his defense attorney, Willingham, failed to properly investigate witnesses who could have corroborated Boyd's alibi or challenged other parts of the prosecution's narrative. For instance, some witnesses remembered that Ackles was out of town at the time Cox claimed Hughley was killed. In August 2025, Alabama set Boyd's execution date for October 23, 2025, to be carried out by nitrogen hypoxia, an experimental method that had only been used 3 times previously in U.S. history, all in Alabama. In the days leading up to his scheduled execution, Boyd made a desperate public plea to Governor Ivey, requesting a personal meeting. In a recorded statement shared at a press conference in Alabama on October 21, 2025, he said, "Before an innocent man is executed, come sit with me and have a conversation with the guy you considered one of the worst of the worst."
I want people to know that the people on death row are not the monsters that the public or the justice system portrays. You have to know the story behind the story.
He offered the governor a deal. "If you perceive any dishonesty or evasion on my part during our discussion, then please carry out the sentence. But if not, I ask you to stop this execution, to halt it so that my case can be fully and fairly investigated." Mike Lewis, spokesperson for Governor Ivey, responded via email. "At this time, however, we have not seen any recent judicial filing challenging Mr. Boyd's guilt in the horrific murder by burning of Gregory Hughley, nor have we received a clemency request to that effect." Lewis added that the governor's review process does not include private meetings with inmates and described Boyd's request as particularly impractical. The Republican governor has only halted one execution since taking office in 2017. On Wednesday, 2 days before his execution, Boyd spent time with his daughter, his brother, and a friend. He also spoke on the phone with 2 friends, his brother, and his spiritual advisor. During the day, he was seen eating a cheeseburger, a Reese's Cup, popcorn, Skittles, Starburst, and Fritos corn chips with barbecue sauce. To drink, he chose a strawberry Sunkist, Dole lemonade, water, an orange V8 splash, and coffee. On October 23rd, the day of his execution, Boyd received visits from 2 of his daughters, 3 friends, his mother, his brother, his son-in-law, and his spiritual advisor. He also spoke on the phone with his brother and a friend. He accepted his breakfast that morning, but refused both lunch and dinner. He did not request a last meal. Ultimately, Anthony Todd Boyd was executed by nitrogen hypoxia on October 23, 2025, at 6 p.m. at William C. Holman State Prison in Atmore, Alabama. He was 54 years old at the time of his death. Tied to the gurney with a blue gas mask covering his face, Anthony Boyd's execution began at 5:56 p.m. According to witnesses, Boyd kept his eyes open, swallowed saliva, and struggled to breathe during the first few minutes. His head moved from side to side, he clenched his left fist, and foam appeared around his mouth. By 6:01 p.m., his breathing had slowed, with long pauses, until he became motionless shortly after 6:07 p.m. He was officially pronounced dead at 6:22 p.m. When asked if he had any final words, Anthony Boyd said, "I didn't kill anybody. I didn't participate in killing anybody. There can be no justice until we change this system. Let's get it." His final moments marked the end of a long and controversial legal battle, one that raised serious questions about the justice system, execution methods, and the ongoing debates surrounding capital punishment. Norman Murrell. State, Florida. In the early morning hours of July 27, 1998, the quiet community of Milton in Santa Rosa County, Florida, was shaken by a crime that would go down in the state's history. At around 4 a.m., Norman Muriel Grimm Jr., 38, woke up with a chilling idea: to scare his neighbor, Cynthia Campbell, a 41-year-old attorney who lived right next door. However, what began as a disturbing impulse soon turned into one of the most brutal and premeditated acts ever recorded in the region. At 5:08 a.m., Campbell called 911 to report strange noises on her property. She had heard banging and discovered a broken window, though she didn't see anyone at the time or suspect who might be responsible. Deputy Timothy Lynch from the Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office quickly responded to the call. Upon arrival, he inspected the house and confirmed the broken window, but found no clear signs of forced entry or theft. While Deputy Lynch was still on the property assessing the situation, Norman Grimm showed up. He appeared friendly and calm, asking what had happened and mentioning that the noise and police presence had woken him up in the middle of the night. The officer, seeing nothing unusual, briefly explained the situation. Grimm, acting with apparent empathy, repeatedly insisted on inviting Campbell to his house for breakfast to help her calm down. Deputy Lynch, suspecting no danger and trusting Grimm as a reliable neighbor, even encouraged her to accept the invitation. What neither of them knew was that this decision would turn out to be tragically fatal. Up to that point, Norman Grimm had been considered an exemplary neighbor. He had never shown strange behavior or given anyone a reason for suspicion. He earned a living doing construction and landscaping work in the neighborhood, which helped him gain the trust of many, including Cynthia Campbell herself. At around 7:20 a.m., Cynthia Campbell crossed the yard that separated her house from Grimm's and entered his home. What happened next was an act of extreme violence. As soon as she stepped inside, Grimm attacked her with cold-blooded precision, using 2 different weapons to ensure her death. First, he grabbed a hammer and struck her repeatedly, 18 blows to the head and body. Then, with a knife, he stabbed her 11 times in the chest. 7 of those wounds were so deep they pierced directly through her heart. The autopsy later confirmed the ferocity of the attack and the clear intent to kill. After the murder, Grimm sexually assaulted Campbell's body. Then, in an attempt to cover up the crime, he carefully wrapped the body in carpets and sheets, creating a makeshift bundle. Minutes later, he loaded it into his vehicle and drove toward Pensacola Bay, where he dumped it into the water, believing the currents would carry it away. But his plan failed almost immediately. Barely 2 hours later, around 9:30 a.m., a fisherman near the Pensacola Bay Bridge discovered the body floating, wrapped in fabric and ropes. He immediately alerted the authorities, triggering an investigation that would reveal the full extent of Norman Grimm's brutality. Forensic investigators from the Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office and the Pensacola Police Department quickly began processing the crime scene and the recovered body. The physical evidence was abundant: carpet fibers, traces of blood, and most importantly, biological evidence that would later be analyzed through DNA testing. Since Deputy Lynch had been at Campbell's property that same morning and clearly remembered his encounter with Norman Grimm, investigators quickly identified him as a person of interest. However, in the early hours of the investigation, detectives lacked sufficient probable cause to formally arrest him. They interrogated Grimm extensively that same day, but he denied any involvement in the crime. In the following hours, as preliminary forensic results began to come in, Grimm made a move that exposed his guilt. He fled the state of Florida. His escape triggered a nationwide manhunt. The FBI joined the case, issuing alerts across multiple states. Investigators tracked Grimm's family connections, former residences, and known associates. The search lasted 4 intense days. Finally, on July 31, 1998, federal agents and local police tracked Grimm to a relative's home in Oklahoma. Authorities surrounded the house, and Grimm was arrested without incident or resistance. He was immediately extradited back to Florida to face formal charges of first-degree murder and sexual assault. The investigation into Norman Grimm's past revealed a long history of violence and crime spanning more than 15 years before the murder of Cynthia Campbell. His record showed repeated aggression, serious offenses, and unpredictable behavior, especially toward women, making it clear this was not an isolated act, but the peak of an escalating pattern of violence. His first major offense occurred in 1982, shortly after leaving the U.S. Navy, when he went on a violent spree in Pensacola, Florida, that included kidnapping, assault, and attempted abduction. He was sentenced to 8 years in prison, serving 6 before parole. In the following years, Grimm continued committing crimes, robbery attempts, domestic violence, and public disturbances. And by 1998, when he killed Campbell, he was again on parole. Psychological evaluations painted a picture of a deeply troubled man shaped by abuse, addiction, and family dysfunction. Born in 1960 into a military household, he grew up under an abusive, alcoholic father and a neglectful mother. By age 12, he was using drugs and alcohol, showing early signs of aggression and emotional instability. Multiple psychiatric assessments diagnosed Grimm with antisocial personality disorder, substance abuse, and PTSD from childhood trauma. Though prescribed medication, he abandoned treatment and his violent tendencies resurfaced months before the murder. By early 1998, Grimm had stopped taking his medication and attending therapy. His behavior once again became erratic and violent, just months before the murder of Cynthia Campbell. The trial of Norman Murrell Grimm Jr. began in December 2000 at the Santa Rosa County Circuit Court, more than 2 years after the murder of Cynthia Campbell. The prosecution, led by the Florida State Attorney for the First Judicial Circuit, presented an extraordinarily strong case built on irrefutable forensic evidence and credible witness testimony. After weeks of testimony, the jury quickly returned with a unanimous verdict: guilty of first-degree premeditated murder and sexual assault. After sentencing, the case entered the lengthy process of automatic appeals and post-conviction reviews typical of capital cases in the United States. The Florida Supreme Court was required to review the conviction, and in 2003, it upheld both the guilty verdict and the death sentence. The court ruled that the trial had been fair, the evidence overwhelming, and that the death penalty was proportional and appropriate, given the heinous nature of the crime and the proven aggravating factors. On September 26th, the date of execution was finally set. Governor Ron DeSantis scheduled it for October 28, 2025. But in an unexpected twist, on October 1st of that same year, Norman Grimm appeared before the Santa Rosa County Circuit Court for a routine pre-execution hearing. During the session, he shocked everyone by announcing that he was voluntarily waiving all legal attempts to delay his execution. Grimm stated that he was tired of waiting and wanted it to be over. He explicitly instructed his attorneys not to file any further appeals, not to request any stays, and not to seek clemency from the governor. Finally, the day of his execution arrived. On Tuesday, October 28, 2025, Norman Murrell Grimm Jr. spent his final hours at Florida State Prison. He received no visits from family members, nor from any spiritual advisor. At lunchtime, he was offered the option of choosing a special meal for his last, but Grimm refused, opting instead for the standard prison menu. He was escorted to the execution chamber around 5:30 p.m. The procedure began at 6 p.m. and concluded 15 minutes later at 6:15 p.m. when he was pronounced dead. He was 65 years old. The execution, carried out by lethal injection, proceeded without any apparent complications. Witnesses reported that Grimm showed no signs of suffering or resistance throughout the process. When asked if he had any final statement before the lethal injection began, Grimm simply replied, "No, sir," according to DeSantis' spokesperson, Alex Lanfrancone. Present at the execution were several of the victim's nephews and a distant cousin of Norman Murrell Grimm. Brian Frederick Jennings, State, Florida. The story goes back to May 11, 1979, in the quiet neighborhood of Merritt Island, Brevard County. There, a 20-year-old Marine named Brian Frederick Jennings was unknowingly on the verge of committing an act of violence that would devastate a family and leave him waiting more than 4 decades for his execution. The night before, on May 10th, Jennings had been out drinking with friends at a local bar. At some point during the night, after several drinks, he stopped in front of the Kunash family home. He walked up to a window and saw the children's bedroom lit by a small nightlight. On the bed lay 6-year-old Rebecca Kunash, sleeping peacefully. After watching her for a few moments, Jennings walked away and continued drinking at 2 different bars. Hours later, heavily intoxicated, Jennings returned to his usual bar. A friend, James Slocum, had to drive him home around midnight because Jennings' pants had ripped. Slocum later said he took the wheel because Jennings was far too drunk to drive. After changing clothes, Slocum drove him back to the bar, but Jennings didn't stay there. Between 4 and 5 a.m. on May 11th, he went back to the Kunash home. Robert and Patricia Kunash were asleep elsewhere in the house, unaware of what was about to happen. In her bedroom, lit only by the soft glow of her nightlight, Rebecca slept, unaware that a predator had returned to her window. Jennings quietly approached the window of Rebecca's room. He carefully removed the protective screen and opened the window. He climbed inside, where the little girl lay sleeping. The Marine covered Rebecca's mouth with his hand to keep her from screaming. He lifted her from the bed and, in the darkness, carried her toward the window. With Rebecca in his arms, Jennings rushed to his car parked nearby. He put her inside and drove to a remote area near the Girard Street Canal on Merritt Island, an isolated spot where no one would hear or see what he was about to do. Once at that secluded spot by the canal, the worst happened. Out of respect for YouTube's policies, I won't use the precise term, but Jennings did the most terrible thing you can do to a child. The attack was so extreme that it caused Rebecca serious injuries and bruising in her area. Jennings used such force that he even ended up with bruises on his own area during the assault. Rebecca, just 6 years old, suffered unimaginable pain as this was happening. But the horror didn't end there. After the assault, in what the court described as an act of inconceivable violence, Jennings grabbed Rebecca by the legs, lifted her upside down over his head, and slammed her onto the ground with all his strength. The impact was so severe that it caused an immediate skull fracture, resulting in deep and fatal brain damage. But Rebecca was still alive. Despite the catastrophic damage to her skull and brain, her small heart was still beating. Jennings then carried her toward the canal. He took the dying child and submerged her head underwater, holding her there for roughly 10 minutes, drowning her until she finally stopped breathing. Rebecca Kunash died from asphyxiation due to drowning. After killing Rebecca, Jennings left her body floating in the canal and fled the scene. Minutes later, he returned to the house where he was staying, arriving around 5 in the morning. His aunt, Catherine Music, who was hosting him during his military leave, saw him stumble inside, leaning against the wall and saying, "Oh, I'm so drunk." His clothes and hair were completely soaked, something she noticed right away. Meanwhile, that same morning, Robert and Patricia Kunash woke up to find that their daughter Rebecca was not in her room. The window was open, and the protective screen had been removed. Panic set in as they realized what that meant. They immediately called the police, launching an urgent and desperate search to find their daughter. Later that same day, May 11th, 1979, Rebecca Kunash's body was found floating in a nearby canal. The autopsy confirmed the horrifying reality of what had happened during her disappearance. The investigation moved quickly. Several neighbors reported seeing an unfamiliar man lurking near the Kunash home around the time Rebecca went missing, and the description matched that of Brian Jennings. At the scene, officers also found shoe prints beneath the child's bedroom window. After analyzing them, they discovered they matched exactly the type and size of the shoes Jennings was wearing that day. Hours after Rebecca's body was found, Jennings was detained in Orange County due to an outstanding traffic warrant. During the arrest, officers noticed that his appearance fully matched the description given by witnesses. His clothes and hair were still wet, a detail that tied him directly to the area where Rebecca had been found. Investigators processed the crime scene in Rebecca's bedroom and found fingerprints on the windowsill. 2 experts examined them and confirmed they belonged to Brian Jennings. At first, Jennings denied any involvement. However, under interrogation, he eventually broke down. He confessed to kidnapping and killing Rebecca Kunash. His confession was recorded on audio and later became a central piece of the case. In February 1980, Jennings was brought to trial before a Brevard County jury. He was charged with first-degree murder, kidnapping, burglary, and other related offenses. The prosecution formally sought the death penalty. During the trial, the jury heard the audio recording of Jennings's confession. Cellmates also testified that he had given them details about the crime. Fingerprint experts took the stand as well, confirming that his prints were found on Rebecca's window. On February 7, 1980, the jury found Jennings guilty on all counts. On May 7, 1980, Circuit Judge Tom Wendell officially sentenced him to death, in addition to imposing 4 life sentences for the other charges. In the years that followed, Jennings filed numerous appeals. On October 27, 1989, he was just 1 day away from being executed in the electric chair after Governor Bob Martinez signed the death warrant. However, on October 26, 1989, the Florida Supreme Court granted a stay, temporarily halting the process. Even so, Jennings remained on death row at Florida State Prison for more than 45 years, becoming one of the longest-serving death row prisoners in the state's history. But eventually, after decades of appeals and delays, his time ran out. On October 10, 2025, Governor Ron DeSantis signed a new death warrant for Jennings, scheduling his execution for November 13, 2025. Brian Frederick Jennings was executed on November 13, 2025 at 6 p.m. at Florida State Prison near Stark by lethal injection. He was 66 years old at the time of his death. When asked if he had any final words, Jennings, who kept his eyes closed throughout the process, simply replied, "No." Rebecca's parents were not present. Both had passed away many years earlier, never seeing the execution of the man convicted of killing their daughter. Stephen Corey Bryant, State, South Carolina. In October 2004, when he was just 23 years old, Stephen Corey Bryant unleashed an 8-day violent rampage across rural areas of Sumter County, South Carolina. That string of crimes terrified the entire community and 2 decades later led him straight to death row. Bryant enjoyed fishing and often spent time at a nearby river. That same night, October 8th, without any apparent reason, he shot a man who was fishing there, hitting him in the back. The victim, 56-year-old Clinton Brown, survived despite his severe injuries and managed to drive himself to a hospital. That attack would be just the prelude to a cold and calculated campaign of terror that would soon paralyze the region. The next day, October 9, 2004, Bryant went out with his friend and co-worker, 36-year-old Clifton Gainey. They were close. They fished together and spent time around each other's families. That day, under the pretext of going out to buy beer, Bryant used a stolen gun to shoot Gainey in the head, killing him instantly and leaving his body on a rural road. 2 days later, on October 11th, Bryant broke into the home of 62-year-old Willard Teitchen, a man he didn't know who lived in a remote part of the county. He used the same method he had already relied on, knocking on the door, pretending he was having car trouble, and earning the victim's trust. Once inside, he shot Teitchen 9 times. But his brutality didn't end there. After killing him, Bryant burned the eyes of the body with lit cigarettes, an act of sadism meant to degrade his victim even after death. While he was ransacking Teitchen's home, taking jewelry, power tools, and other valuables, the phone started ringing. It was Teitchen's daughter, Kimberly Dees, calling from another state. No one answered the first call. On the second try, an unfamiliar voice finally picked up. When someone finally answered the phone, Kimberly heard a man ask, "Who is this?" She told him she was the daughter of Willard Teachin. What came next froze her in place. "You can't talk to him," the voice said. "I'm the Prowler." Then came the most chilling confession of all. "I killed him 3 hours ago," followed by a cold, mocking laugh that ended abruptly with the click of the line, "Going dead." The brutality didn't stop there. In an act of absolute contempt for life and the law, Bryant used Teachin's blood as if it were paint. He wrote taunting messages on the walls of the house. "Victim 4 in 2 weeks, catch me if you can," along with multiple repetitions of "catch me if you can." Before leaving, he placed candles around the body, turning the scene into a kind of macabre altar. Exactly 2 days later, on October 13, 2004, Bryant killed again. This time, his victim was 35-year-old Christopher Earl Burgess, whom he encountered at a convenience store in rural Sumter County. They knew each other casually. After chatting for a bit, they walked out of the store together, and Bryant offered him a ride. On a lonely stretch of road, Bryant pulled out a gun and shot Burgess twice, once in the head and once in the chest. He left Burgess's body in a ditch. Less than 2 hours later, a hunter passing through the area found the remains and notified authorities. Later that same day, Bryant was arrested at his girlfriend's house by local police. Investigators quickly gathered solid evidence linking him to all the crimes officers found: stolen firearms, items taken from the victims' homes, and clothing matching descriptions given by witnesses. On October 14, 2004, Stephen Corey Bryant was formally charged with 3 counts of murder, 2 counts of aggravated burglary, 2 counts of unlawful possession of a firearm, 1 count of armed robbery, and 1 count of arson. Later investigations even suggested that additional charges could be filed related to the burglaries he committed during his rampage. Even after being taken into custody, his behavior remained violent. In October 2005, while awaiting trial at the Sumter Lee Regional Detention Center, Bryant brutally attacked a correctional officer. He punched the officer repeatedly, even after he was already on the ground and defenseless. The sentencing phase began on September 2, 2008, before a South Carolina judge. The defense argued that Bryant should not receive the death penalty because of his personal history. As in many capital cases, his attorneys focused on portraying a background of deep trauma and long-term abuse that, according to them, South Carolina's institutions failed to address in time. On September 11, 2008, after hearing all the testimony and evidence presented by both sides, the jury found Stephen Corey Bryant guilty of capital murder and sentenced him to death. He received the death penalty for the murder of Willard Teachin, committed during a burglary, and life sentences for the killings of Clifton Gainey and Christopher Burgess, along with nearly 100 additional years for his other crimes. Over the next 16 years and 9 months, Bryant exhausted every legal remedy available within the U.S. judicial system. His attorneys, some court-appointed and others working pro bono, most of them opponents of capital punishment, filed multiple appeals based on various legal arguments attempting to overturn or delay his sentence. On October 14, 2025, the United States Supreme Court rejected his final appeal, clearing the way for his execution. A few days later, South Carolina Attorney General Kristen Clark filed a motion to set an execution date. The order was delivered to Bryant on October 17, 2025. Under state law, the date must be scheduled for the 4th Friday after the order is received, which set November 14, 2025 as the execution date. On October 31, 2025, exactly 14 days before his execution, Bryant was formally notified of his right to choose. He deliberately selected death by firing squad. With that decision, he became the 3rd inmate in South Carolina to opt for this method since the state resumed executions in September 2024. Stephen Corey Bryant spent his final days on death row without receiving any visits from family members. He spent that time almost entirely alone, with only occasional contact from prison staff and his spiritual advisor. Finally, the day of his execution arrived. On the morning of November 14, 2025, Bryant woke up at 4 a.m. He showered and received a visit from a spiritual counselor. As is standard procedure for executions by firing squad, he was also given sedatives to reduce his anxiety before the process. At 5:45 p.m., Bryant was taken from his cell to the execution chamber. At 5:50 p.m., he was secured to the execution chair with leather straps. The coroner placed the target on his chest directly over the heart, and a hood was placed over his head. The warden read the execution order aloud as witnesses took their places behind the bulletproof glass. At 6:10 p.m., the three shooters fired simultaneously without warning. 3.308 caliber rounds struck Bryant's torso in rapid succession. His body showed involuntary movements and reflexive sounds, but neurological death likely occurred within seconds. The coroner pronounced him dead at 6:20 p.m. Stephen Corey Bryant did not utter any final words. Richard Barry Randolph. State, Florida. On August 15, 1988, at just 26 years old, Richard Barry Randolph committed a brutal act of violence at the Handyway convenience store in East Palatka. 9 months earlier, Randolph had walked into the store looking for a job. He had tried several other places without success until the manager, Minnie Ruth McCollum, saw something in him that others hadn't. Even though he had no work experience, she decided to give him a chance. During the first few months, Richard proved to be dedicated and responsible, and his performance was so strong that Ruth felt confident she had made the right choice. Richard had no family and no stable place to live. Still, thanks to his job, he managed to rent a small house. But everything changed abruptly. Over time, Richard became addicted to cocaine. At first, he used only a little, but the dependency grew to the point where he could no longer pay his rent. He ended up living in a dumpster located beside the store. That situation began to show in his behavior. He was irritable, unkempt, showed up late, and on at least one occasion stole from the business. Because of this, Ruth, reluctantly, made the decision to fire him. On August 15, 1988, the worst happened. Randolph, worn down by months of addiction and living in extreme conditions, walked into the Handyway store that morning intending to rob it. He carried a toy gun, believing it would be enough to intimidate. But when Minnie Ruth McCollum caught him trying to open the safe, an argument broke out that escalated quickly. She realized the weapon wasn't real, and from that moment, everything spiraled out of control. In a prolonged attack, Randolph beat her repeatedly with his hands and slammed her head against hard surfaces. McCollum tried to defend herself, but he strangled her with the drawstring of his sweatshirt until she lost consciousness. When she came to and began screaming for help, he resumed the assault, striking her again until she was unable to resist. Then, in an even more brutal escalation, he grabbed a small knife and stabbed her several times in the neck and head. After that, he removed her clothing from the waist down and sexually assaulted her. After the attack, Randolph took McCollum's car keys, stole her vehicle, and at the same time, witnesses Terry Sorrell, Dorothy Patilla, and Deborah Patilla saw him wearing an employee shirt, locking the front door of the Handyway convenience store. The women questioned Randolph about why the store was closed and where McCollum was. Randolph told them that McCollum's car had broken down and that she had borrowed his. He said he had already fixed her car and was on his way to pick her up. Then he walked away from the store. The three women looked through the store window. They saw that the security camera was out of its usual position and that there were cables in the trash can. They also noticed that the store was in disarray. The trash can was overturned and the counter was a mess. Concerned, they called the sheriff's office to report the situation. But by that time, Randolph had already fled. An officer arrived quickly and found McCollum still alive. She was lying on her back, struggling to breathe and letting out faint moans, with blood running from her head and neck. She was rushed to the hospital in a coma. She remained unconscious for 6 days before ultimately dying from the severe brain injuries caused by the beating and attack carried out by Randolph. Randolph was arrested later that same day at a grocery store in Jacksonville, where he was trying to borrow money and cash several lottery tickets he had stolen from McCollum's store. After taking him into custody, investigators had him point out the blood-stained clothing he had discarded while fleeing. Shortly afterward, Randolph confessed to the attack and provided a detailed account of what had happened. In 1989, he was found guilty of first-degree murder, armed robbery, sexual assault, and grand theft. During the penalty phase, the jury voted 8-4 in favor of the death penalty. The judge accepted the recommendation and imposed a capital sentence. The court identified 4 aggravating factors. The crime was committed during a sexual assault. It was carried out to avoid arrest. It was motivated by financial gain, and it was deemed especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel. Randolph spent more than 3 decades on Florida's death row. For 35 years, he filed appeals, post-conviction motions, habeas petitions, and clemency requests, all of which were denied. Over the years, Randolph developed systemic lupus, an autoimmune disease that severely compromised his health. Medical experts warned that, because of his condition, Florida's 3-drug lethal injection protocol could cause extreme pain and death by suffocation, potentially violating the 8th Amendment. However, in November 2025, the Florida Supreme Court rejected these claims, ruling that they had been filed past the allowed deadline. On October 21, 2025, Governor Ron DeSantis signed the death warrant, scheduling Randolph's execution for November 20, 2025, at 6 p.m. Eastern Time at Florida State Prison near Stark. With this, he became the 17th person executed in Florida in 2025, the highest annual total recorded in the state since the death penalty was reinstated in 1976. The day of Richard Barry Randolph's execution finally arrived. Richard woke up at 4 a.m., took a shower, and received a visit from a spiritual advisor. He had no family visits or phone calls. He had grown up an orphan. His final meal had been offered the night before, a double hamburger with lettuce and tomato, fried onion rings with ketchup, and a serving of cherry pie with whipped cream. At 5:50 p.m., he was taken to the execution chamber. At 6 p.m., officials began attempting to establish an IV line, and after several minutes, the drugs finally began to flow. The entire process lasted about 6 minutes. Richard moved, gasped, and grimaced before he died. His death was officially pronounced at 6:30 p.m. Throughout the procedure, he remained silent, eyes closed. When given the opportunity to offer final words, he chose not to speak. The execution proceeded without incident, aside from the initial delay in locating a suitable vein. The lights in the viewing room were kept off, except for the minimal illumination needed inside the chamber. There were no demonstrations or protests outside the prison. Tremaine Wood, State, Oklahoma. Tremaine Wood, 46, was sentenced to death in 2004 for the murder of 19-year-old farm worker Ronnie Whipf, who was stabbed to death during a robbery attempt at an Oklahoma City motel on New Year's Eve in 2002. However, the case was marked by a clear injustice. Tremaine's older brother, Jayton Jake Wood, publicly confessed to being the one who actually stabbed the victim. Jake received only a life sentence, while Tremaine was sent to death row. Jake Wood later died by prison in 2019. On November 13, 2025, just minutes before his scheduled execution at 10 a.m. at the Oklahoma State Penitentiary in McAlester, Republican Governor Kevin Stitt commuted his sentence to life without parole, following a 3-2 recommendation from the state's Pardon and Parole Board. What made the case extraordinary was that the victim's family, along with the surviving victim of the attack, Arnold Kleinsasser, publicly opposed Wood's execution, which played a major role in the governor's decision. Stitt emphasized that the commutation ensures Wood receives the same punishment as the true killer and guarantees he will spend the rest of his life in prison. This was only the second time in nearly 7 years in office that Stitt granted clemency to a death row inmate, the first being Julius Jones in 2021. Mark Allen Geralds, State, Florida. In January 1989, Mark Allen Geralds was working as a carpenter in Panama City Beach, Florida. One of the neighborhoods where he did remodeling work was called The Cove. He fixed up several houses there until he eventually arrived at the home of the Pettibone family. During those renovations, Mark became friends with Kevin Petty and his wife, Tressa. They trusted him so much that they even gave him a key to the house so he could finish the work more easily. But instead of building a friendship, something else began to grow inside Mark: ambition. He realized the family was financially comfortable and that the house was full of valuable items. From that moment on, his intention stopped being honest work and turned into something much darker. A week before the tragedy, Geralds deliberately ran into Tressa Lynn Pettibone and her 2 children at a local shopping mall. During that casual conversation, Tressa mentioned something that would later prove fatal. Her husband, Kevin, was out of town on business. That was the first step in a robbery plan that would end in tragedy. After that brief interaction, Geralds didn't leave. He stayed at the mall, watching them from a distance. He knew exactly what he was looking for. At one point, when no one was paying attention, he approached the Pettibone's youngest son, Bart, an 8-year-old who was alone in the arcade. Using that same friendly familiarity he had built during the renovations, Mark started asking him direct questions. He asked when his father would be back. Then he went even further. He wanted to know what time the kids left for school and what time they got home. None of this was accidental. Geralds was gathering tactical information, calculating the exact moment when Tressa would be alone and unable to get help. And in his innocence, and because he already knew him, Bart answered without suspecting anything. He even told him something crucial: his dad wouldn't return for another 2 weeks. On February 1st, 1989, around 3 in the afternoon, Geralds put his carefully calculated plan into action. Tressa Pettibone was alone at home. The exact situation he had been waiting for. He entered without forcing anything, using a copy of the key the family had trusted him with just weeks earlier. What happened next would be recorded as one of the most brutal attacks ever documented in Florida. Geralds didn't go there driven by chaos, but by a clear objective: money. He knew, because he had made sure to find out, that the family kept about $7,000 in cash inside the house. To make her reveal where it was, he subjected Tressa to cold, methodical torture. He tied her with plastic zip ties, the same ones he carried in his vehicle, restraining her for more than 20 minutes, while she remained conscious, defenseless, and terrified. During that time, he beat and gagged her. Every action seemed calculated, with no sign of improvisation. But Tressa, even in the midst of fear, revealed nothing. When Geralds didn't get the information he wanted, he decided to end everything with extreme violence. He stabbed her 3 times, twice in the neck and once in the side, the latter being fatal. The forensic report would later reveal an even more harrowing scene. Tressa did not die immediately. She bled slowly inside her own home and even inhaled some of her own blood during the final moments when she was still conscious. After committing the murder, Geralds began ransacking the house. His search was desperate and chaotic, going through drawers, cabinets, and any place that might hide the money he believed he would find. He ended up taking a collection of designer jewelry, a pair of branded sunglasses, and Tressa's dark Mercedes-Benz, which was later found abandoned in the parking lot of a nearby school. But what Geralds sought most obsessively, the $7,000 in cash, was never found. Despite the brutality of the attack and the prolonged torture, Tressa never revealed where the money was. She died without giving in. That detail would prove crucial for the prosecution. It reinforced the idea that Geralds acted with a purely economic motive, and that the entire attack, from gathering information to committing extreme violence, had a single objective: money. Adjusted for inflation at the time, those $7,000 would be worth nearly $19,000 today. Around 3:15 p.m., Bart Pettibone, just an 8-year-old boy, returned from school like any other day. But as he crossed the threshold and entered the kitchen, his childhood shattered in an instant. There, on the floor, he found his mother's bloodied body. The scene was indescribable, a horror no child should ever have to witness. That moment, frozen in time, would mark Bart's life forever, forcing him to carry an image no human being, and certainly no child, should ever see. The investigation moved quickly. Soon the evidence began to close in on Mark Allen Gerald's. Detectives discovered that he had pawned a gold chain identical to one missing from the Pettibone home, and most incriminatingly, it bore traces of Tressa's blood. They also confirmed that Gerald's had given a friend a pair of designer sunglasses that matched the ones reported stolen. But the key piece of evidence was found in his own vehicle, plastic zip ties of the same type and brand used to restrain Tressa. There was no doubt. Every piece of evidence pointed directly to him. When they finally captured him, investigators discovered something that changed everything. Mark Allen Gerald's was no amateur. By 1989, he already had 8 prior convictions on his record. He was a man who knew how to operate in two worlds. On one hand, the trustworthy carpenter repairing neighborhood homes. On the other, an experienced criminal capable of combining the facade of an honest worker with a dangerous inclination toward violence and crime. Tressa Lynn Pettibone was 33 years old and a mother of 2 when her life was brutally taken on February 1st, 1989. She was born in Ohio, but had moved to Florida with her husband, Kevin, to build a quiet life in a safe neighborhood of Panama City Beach in the northwest part of the state. Those who knew her described her as a dedicated mother, a caring woman, and a constant presence in her community. Mark Allen Gerald's was formally charged on March 15, 1989, with first-degree murder, armed robbery, burglary, and vehicle theft. His trial began in January 1990, and the prosecution presented a detailed and strong case. On March 26th, the jury deliberated and delivered a decisive verdict: guilty on all counts, with a sentence of death. Amid the legal proceedings, Gerald's made headlines again in 1990. While awaiting his murder trial, he carried out a bold and somewhat improvised escape from the Bay County Jail, Florida's first fully privatized prison, which, as it soon became clear, had serious security flaws. During a conjugal visit, his wife secretly passed him saw blades, and Gerald's, along with 4 other inmates, began cutting through the metal frame of their cell. The escape was executed with surprising coordination. They removed a 6th-floor window and descended using a rope made from tied-together sheets. But their freedom was short-lived. Gerald's and nearly all of the escapees were recaptured within hours. Mark Allen Gerald's would spend the next 32 years of his life on Florida's death row. During this period, he filed multiple appeals in state courts, federal courts, and even the United States Supreme Court, all without success. Finally, continuing Florida's record of executions, in November 2025, Governor Ron DeSantis signed a new execution order for Mark Allen Gerald's, setting the date for December 9, 2025. What happened next, however, was extraordinary and highly unusual. After the execution order was signed, Gerald's approached the courts with a remarkable request: to waive all of his remaining appeals. Ultimately, Gerald's was executed by lethal injection on December 9, 2025, at the Florida State Prison near Stark in Bradford County. He was 58 years old. His day began early. He woke at 4 a.m., took a shower, and received a visit from a spiritual advisor. There were no phone calls, letters, or family waiting for him. At 5:50 p.m., he was taken to the execution chamber. At 6 p.m., the intravenous procedure began. There were initial difficulties, but after several attempts, the fluid started to flow. The process lasted about 6 minutes. Gerald's moved slightly, gasped, and frowned before remaining still. At 6:30 p.m., his death was officially certified. Throughout the entire procedure, he remained silent, with his eyes closed, until the end. When asked if he had any final words, Mark remained silent, offering no response. Some distant relatives of the victim were present to witness his execution. However, Bart, the son who had discovered his mother's body, never got to see justice served. He had passed away in 2022. Harold Wayne Nichols, State, Tennessee. On August 30th, 1984, Harold Nichols, a 23-year-old man with a long history of sexual impulses he had spent years trying to suppress, finally stopped fighting his darkest urges. That night, during one of his usual late-night walks through Tennessee, he broke into an apartment shared by two women in Chattanooga. Although he initially claimed he only intended to steal, when he encountered one of the residents, he attempted to sexually assault her. The victim managed to escape, and Nichols fled the scene. Despite the severity of the attack, he served only 18 months at the Brushy Mountain State Penitentiary. He was released on parole after a psychological evaluation that, surprisingly, concluded there was nothing unusual about him. After his release, Harold got married, a step that seemed, at least temporarily, to contain his darker impulses. But that calm was only superficial. With time, the urges returned even stronger. Nichols began taking more frequent nighttime walks, wandering through the streets and silently watching women. But something happened on the night of September 30th, 1988. Nichols was walking through residential neighborhoods when, according to him, he felt a strange energy. He was in the Brainerd area of Chattanooga when he stopped outside the house where Karen lived with several roommates. From the darkness, he watched the household's routine. He saw one of the young women leave and immediately understood that Karen would be alone. That was the breaking point. He had found a vulnerable victim. When the house finally fell silent, Nichols looked for a way inside. He found an unprotected bathroom window, climbed through it, and got in. Once inside, he grabbed an improvised weapon, a piece of construction wood, a heavy, solid 2x4. With the board in hand, he moved quietly toward the second-floor bedroom where Karen was sleeping. What happened next was brutal. Nichols attacked her immediately. The first blow from the wooden board struck Karen's head, leaving her dazed and defenseless. He then tore off her underwear and raped her violently, taking advantage of her weakened state. Karen tried to resist, even while injured, but that resistance only made Nichols raise the 2x4 again. He hit her multiple more times, with great force, according to the autopsy. At least 4 severe impacts that crushed her skull and caused irreparable brain damage. Once he felt satisfied and believed she couldn't call for help, Nichols fled. The most devastating detail of this case is that Karen didn't die immediately. She lay on the floor of her bedroom, unconscious, surrounded by blood, but still breathing. She spent hours agonizing, alone, until one of her roommates returned to the house the morning of October 1st and found her in that state. Karen was still alive when paramedics arrived, but her injuries were beyond recovery. She was taken to the hospital, where she died later that day. That crime marked the visible beginning of a wave of sexual attacks that spread fear throughout Chattanooga in late 1988. For roughly 3 months, between September 1988 and the early days of 1989, Harold Nichols sexually assaulted at least a dozen women. His victims were almost always alone at home or in situations of complete vulnerability. On January 3, 1989, his violence escalated to a new level. In just 4 hours, he assaulted 3 women, including 2 single mothers whom he threatened by saying he would harm their children. Karen Pulley was an extraordinary 21-year-old young woman studying to become a paralegal. She was a devoted Christian, and her family always emphasized that her faith was a central part of her life. Those who knew her described her as kind, sweet, and innocent, someone remembered for her gentle nature and genuinely caring spirit. During all of this, Nichols was living a double life. By day, he worked as an assistant manager at a Godfather's Pizza and presented himself as a loving husband. His wife later said she was smitten with him and initially assumed his constant nighttime outings meant he was having an affair. His downfall came in early 1989 when he was arrested for a series of rapes and burglaries not directly connected to the Pulley case. During interrogation, he ended up confessing not only to those crimes, but also to the rape and murder of Karen, along with other attacks in the Chattanooga area. He admitted he felt a strange surge of energy whenever he assaulted women, and said that if he hadn't been caught, he would have continued going out at night. He was charged with murder, rape, attempted rape, burglary, and assault. In 1990, a Hamilton County jury sentenced him to death for the murder of Karen Pulley. He also received additional sentences totaling more than 200 years in prison for at least a dozen other attacks committed during that period of terror. For decades, the case moved through appeals and requests for clemency. His defense argued that Nichols had grown up in an environment of severe abuse, likely suffered brain damage, had mental disorders, and serious addictions, and that his sentence should be commuted to life in prison. In their clemency petition, they emphasized that he had pleaded guilty and taken responsibility for his crimes. If carried out, he would become the first person in Tennessee to be executed for a case in which he had pleaded guilty since the state reinstated executions in 1978. His execution was first scheduled for August 2020, but was postponed due to the pandemic. Finally, in March 2025, Tennessee rescheduled Harold Wayne Nichols' execution for December 11, 2025. At 64 years old, he had spent more than 35 years on death row. In the days leading up to the execution, his legal team attempted one final appeal, but Governor Bill Lee announced he would not intervene. On December 11, 2025, Tennessee carried out the execution of Harold Wayne Nichols by lethal injection at Riverbend Maximum Security Institution in Nashville. He was 64 years old. That day, Nichols woke up at 4 a.m. He showered, received visitors, and waited for the end. 12 hours earlier, he had been given his last meal, as protocol requires. He chose beef brisket, coleslaw, a baked potato, onion rings, deviled eggs, cheese biscuits, and fruit tea. At 9:30 a.m., he was taken to the execution chamber. At 10 a.m., officials began attempting to insert the IV line. After several minutes, they were able to establish it, and the drug began to flow. The process lasted about 6 minutes. There were no reports of movement or signs of distress from Nichols. When asked if he had any final words, he said something, but it could not be clearly heard by the reporters present. And that is how the execution of Harold Wayne Nichols was carried out, one of the most dangerous offenders Tennessee has faced in recent history. Let me know in the comments. What do you think about this case?